Silence! From the newsroom at Castle Rexworth, overlooking the Rexworth estates, I bid you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever you are, and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth, and I welcome you to our Friday night stream. We're going to be talking about the news. Haven't done that in a while, because a lot's been going on, especially over the New Year's holiday. So there's a lot to talk about. But first, Epic Shotgun, thank you for redeeming first, and hello there, good to see you. Mandorian, thank you for redeeming not first before somebody redeemed first. Also, hello, and for the silence redeem. Though I don't know how silent it was. We did have some music going on. My newsroom music cues going, which I may have to rethink the music bed here. Maybe have something that's a bit more. I don't know. Maybe something that's sort of a newsy lo-fi, if I can find anything like that. I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, welcome everyone. Hope you had a lovely week. It doesn't feel like it was really a full week because we had New Year's Eve and New Year's Day in the middle of the week, Tuesday and Wednesday. And it, well, I don't know, it just sort of seemed like... the week sort of got cut in half, you know, short week for everyone, and most people probably, at least in the professional circles that I run in, tend to just sort of stay on holiday this week. So not a whole lot happening at the office, at the day job, but hey, that's all right. Still got to work from home most of the week. Didn't have to worry about going into an office. Except one day, and I was caught a lucky break, and they made it a half day for me. So I closed up and left around 1 p.m. in the afternoon, and drove home. That was it. I was at home for the remainder of the week, and that felt good. That felt really good. So, anyways, hope all of you had a lovely, fantastic New Year's. Hope all of you got to celebrate and spend time with friends. Very special thanks to everyone who came out to the Castle Rexworth Discord and hung out in VC as we watched celebrations happening around the world, from Sydney, Australia, and Tokyo, Japan, all the way as far west as New York City and Dallas, going around the world. So yeah, and also seeing what was happening on Copacabana Beach in Brazil. I believe those were our last stops for the night before I passed out from drinking too much champagne. So anyway, that was a good time. Thank you all for coming out. And yeah, by the way, let's go ahead and plug the links here over in the Twitch chat. Late nights, queues, long days. And contaminants now is how my week's been. I see. Sounds like you've been keeping busy, Epic. Been earning that pay. Anyways, all links available on the website, lordrexworth.com. Lordrexworth.com. Do make sure you're staying in touch with me on Twitter. Never a dull day in blood banking. Indeed. Indeed. Twitter.com/LordRexworth or x.com/LordRexworth. You can also hang out with me and the rest of the nobles in the Castle Rexworth Discord by clicking that link there in the Twitch chat. Let me see here. Comms open, just buy me a coffee. If you're feeling generous, there's a throne. I believe that's it. That's all I can think of anyway. Yeah, so, been a while since we've done the news, and I wanted to perhaps preface a lot of this with a slight, what we'll be calling a brand shift in 2025. I'll buy you a whiskey, lol. I never turn down free whiskey. Well, it depends on who's making the whiskey, but generally speaking, don't turn down the whiskey. Anyways, I'm doing a little bit of what I call a brand shift in 2025. This year will mark the second anniversary of my debut as a VTuber and a streamer. I've been Well, quite frankly, Chad, I believe I've been playing it rather safe for these past nearly 2 years. And, you know, I suppose I can't fault myself too much because, you know, you have to find yourself within that first year, first couple of years. Sometimes it takes people as long as 5 years or longer to really find themselves. And, you know, especially with all of the events happening in the world, over the New Year's holiday, I just found myself naturally leaning back into old strengths. Some of you may know this, some of you may not. I spent over 10 years as a journalist in broadcasting, and to a certain extent as a commentator. And I left that world behind for a long time, thinking I was going to leave it behind forever, thinking the world had just changed too much and that I needed to just sort of lay low, as it were. That it wasn't safe for people like me to be voicing even the simplest and most common sense of opinions in a public square, be it IRL or in the digital realm. Fuck it, we'll do it live. You know, there were some days that I can understand the frustration that was caught on tape and did look a bit embarrassing to Bill O'Reilly, but also at the same time, you know, he's right to be a bit frustrated by the fact that it is a team effort, and when certain people in the ensemble don't do their jobs, everyone else suffers as a result, and the work product suffers. So I can understand the frustration, though I don't know if I necessarily condone the language or the shouting. But that's when I spent 10 plus years in that world, felt the need to have to lay low for close to the past 4 or 5 years, because it really did not feel safe for people like myself with views such as my own that are not extreme in the slightest bit. In fact, I view them as rather common sense. But we lived in a time of mass collective psychosis and insanity to where I did not feel safe airing a lot of my opinions in public. I believe that we now have a vibe shift going on, and a lot of other people have noted this long before I have, so I don't claim any sort of originality on this. But I believe there has been a vibe shift in the United States and in much of the rest of the world to where we do finally feel safe once again to say what is on our minds. And it's one of those things, it's like that line from The Godfather Part 3. Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. Because there's just things that I see on my Twitter feed and in the news feeds, which I still check from time to time, that, I don't know, people need to know about, that I feel it's my responsibility, coming from a journalist background, to share this with the world. But also, as a content creator and as a VTuber, I need to find a niche. And I need to lean into that strength and that niche to distinguish myself from the crowd. So I have to draw from those strengths. Coming out of retirement, are we? Yeah, I suppose in a way I am epic. So what you'll be seeing in 2025 is we're going to be talking a bit more about the news and what's happening in the world. We're going to be covering a lot of general topics. If we find something of interest that we can niche down further into, I certainly will do that. I know that has served people that I regard as Oshis like Kirsche Verstal. I know that has served her quite well, talking about DEI in video games and whatnot. I'm going to be talking about world affairs, and yes, I'm going to be talking about politics. And I've already heard the voices. Believe me, a lot of them came to me before I did my election coverage in November. And some people very close to me, people whose opinions I respect tremendously, said to me, Rex, you're crazy, you're mad, don't do it, you're going to alienate half your audience, it's not going to work out. You know, just giving me all the usual things of why it would not work. I did it anyway. Partly because I'm a stubborn old git, but also because I believed that I was on the right path. And I believe that what I could create in terms of content, of breaking news coverage, of a live major national and international event, would be a good product to present to the world. And that's exactly what I did with a team of wonderful people. Elijah Knightley, Lady Lark, Mama Oko, Action Bastard, and Megalum. We all did fantastic work. I was extremely proud of what we did. But I was left wanting more. I've even reached out to some of them to say, hey, I'm thinking about making this a regular thing. Would any of you be interested? Some felt that no, it was sort of a one-shot thing with them, that they didn't really feel comfortable with the... They didn't really feel comfortable doing it on a regular basis. They were fine doing it for this one occasion. But they didn't really feel comfortable with continuing on. Some of them you will see in other capacities. Like I know I've discussed with Lady Lark that we want to do an episode of the Lord Rexworth podcast together. That we should like to talk about something she's quite passionate about, and that is vaccines. I think that the landscape has changed and the vibe has shifted enough that it is safe to have that frank conversation. Whereas even just a year before, both of us would have seen all of our accounts, our entire presence probably just nuked off the internet. So that is something that you can look forward to in the future. And I'm just going to warn all of you right now, Lady Lark and myself are probably going to say some things that at some point you are going to disagree with and you are not going to like. Part of being a grown-ass, mature adult is hearing those sorts of things. Because as long as there are over 8 billion people on this planet, someone, somewhere, at some point in time, is going to say something that you disagree with, or that you find offensive, or that you just really don't like and just rubs you the wrong way. Such is life. And we can't keep going through our lives thinking it's somehow acceptable or morally permissible to try and silence those voices. Throughout this brand shift that I'm attempting to do, I am probably going to say some things that you don't particularly like. Good. I'm glad you think so, Epic. Can't forget the Megalum Cube. No, we cannot forget our dear Megalum Cube. Had a little bit of streamer brain there when his name came up. Anyways. But you're going to hear some things. You're going to hear some opinions expressed. And you're probably not going to like them all. Assuming we're still going to game, of course we're still going to game. That has not changed. you're just going to see maybe a bit more of these just chatting segments where, as I say, we do the news. For instance, I've got an entire window here with several tabs up to talk about some pretty heavy stuff. So, I want to make sure that, let's see, the browser audio is up, that's good. Set it at about 10, I think that's good, yeah. But yes, I've got to play into my strengths. This is something I feel rather passionate about, it's something I know how to do, and it's something I'm actually damn good at. With enough practice and time, especially. And Lord knows I've had plenty of that in preparation for this moment. So, something new to expect in this 2025 from His Lordship. We've got this big, beautiful newsroom here. Might as well use it. So, with all of that said, let us do the news. And we start with the weather. It's January, everyone. It's getting a bit cold out there, I'd say. Programmer Lizzie, thank you for the follow. We start with the weather in the United States, and a headline from AccuWeather. Multiple Arctic outbreaks affecting more than 250 million in the central and eastern US into mid-January. Central, southern, eastern US bracing for the coldest, most persistent, frigid Arctic air in years that will come in waves and last through the middle of the month. There are some storms that are packing snow and ice. Those are expected to join in as well. The magnitude and extent of the Arctic air is going to be building into the first full week of January and lingering through the middle of the month, and could affect at times more than 250 million people living in more than 40 states in the central and eastern regions. Weather's going to be all over the place. That's just the Midwest. Oh, yes. No, even down into states like Texas, Louisiana, the Deep South, they're going to be feeling it. Some Texas cities I was seeing on the news, a wind chill factor, or feels like temperature, in the teens, especially early in the morning. Each wave of these Arctic blasts are going to be bringing a reinforcing shot of cool air and keeping air temperatures well below the norm for the first month of the year. Now, it may stop short of the most extreme conditions in the past 10 to 15 years, but the number of days spent below the historical average will add up in dozens of states, from just east of the Rocky Mountains to the Atlantic and the Gulf coasts. AccuWeather lead long-range expert Paul Pastelok says this could end up being the coldest January since 2011 for the US as a whole. In cities like Minneapolis, Green Bay, Chicago, Omaha, Kansas City, St. Louis, sub-zero temperatures at times through January the 12th. Extensive swaths of snow and ice expected from the Great Plains to the Midwest, to the east, and even well into the southern states. As a female Trump supporter, I found you through your election highlights stream. It was nice to see someone understand the election was about the working class and not race and sex, so I wanted to give my thanks. It's not often I find people I agree with on YouTube, and especially Twitch. Well, thank you very much, Lizzie. Thank you so much. Glad to have you here. I just realized I forgot a little something. I forgot to put up the chat overlay on this screen. Give me just a moment here, everyone. There we go. Perfect. But yes, thank you so much, Lizzie. Thank you for the follow. thank you for the very kind words. And yes, it really means a lot to me. That you enjoyed the content, and that you're here as well to catch a live stream. So thank you so much. Oh, I thought that was on purpose. No, that's quite by accident. Some things have been left in place since the election night coverage from which this stream theme was first used, and haven't quite made all of the adjustments for regular non-special event streaming. We'll work on it, though. Now, here's one of the risks here to be aware of, especially for those of you living in Florida. It's said to be going to be so cold, the freeze has risked damaging some crops there in central and northern Florida, in southern Louisiana, and parts of central Texas. So, not sure what that's going to be, what sort of impact that's going to have on agriculture prices, but could possibly see that having some sort of effect. I saw you might stream Sonic, thought nothing's better than a blue hedgehog to say my thanks. Yes, indeed. I've actually got a very special surprise about that one. Lovely game that's been making the rounds. And I saw it and I'm just like, oh, I've got to try that out on stream. So that's coming up soon. But the bottom line is, those of you living in the United States, especially this next coming week, it's going to be really, really cold. So please, bundle up. Any sort of plants that you have outside in your garden that are a bit sensitive to the cold, probably best to cover them or bring them in. Make sure your outside exposed pipes are wrapped. Make sure, if you have to, maybe leave the faucet dripping at night. But do be careful, and yeah, bundle up. It's going to be a cold one. And not just in the United States, but over in good old Blighty. The United Kingdom, headline BBC News, is bracing for heavy snow as travellers are warned of road and rail disruption. They've issued what are known as amber warnings for snow and ice for large parts of England and Wales. There's a yellow weather warning for ice currently in place for parts of Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales, North West England, Yorkshire Number, and the East and West Midlands. That will be standing in place until 10 o'clock GMT Saturday. There's a separate yellow warning for ice and snow in force from noon tomorrow until Sunday night for almost all of Wales and England. An amber warning for snow and ice in effect from 1800 GMT tomorrow until 12 o'clock GMT on Sunday for the East Midlands, London, South East England, North West England, Wales, South West England, the West Midlands, and Yorkshire Number. Another amber warning for snow will be in place from 2100 on Saturday until just before midnight on Sunday for the northeast and northwestern parts of England, the East and West Midlands, and also Yorkshire Number. And don't drive like an idiot. Yes, exactly. Ideally, if you see ice on the roads and you don't absolutely have to be outside, then just don't. Stay home. Stay safe. Make sure you get your shopping and everything done beforehand. A 4x4 don't help on the ice. No, it doesn't. There's really no getting away from that sort of thing. Don't worry, I'll just bike like an idiot. No, don't do that either. No, definitely stay safe. Now, you see some of the video here. It's quite beautiful, the snowfall. This is from The Independent. Yeah, overnight temperatures falling to -5 degrees Celsius in Cheshire and Somerset. 5 centimetres of snow expected widely across the Midlands, Wales, and northern England. Again, looks beautiful, but can it can make transport a bit difficult, a bit treacherous. And yeah, if you're not careful, freezing cold temperatures like this can turn deadly. Let's see, let's turn to another place we're quite fond of around here, and that's Japan. This is from NHK World. Heavy snowfall hitting mountainous regions along the Sea of Japan coast. Japan's meteorological agency says a winter pressure pattern of strong cold air mass is bringing heavy snow, mainly to the mountainous areas from northern to western Japan. In the 6 hours up to 6 a.m. on Saturday, it's already Saturday over there, chat, 17 centimeters of snow had fallen in Itoigawa City in Niigata Prefecture, and 14 centimeters in Chibubetsu-tan in Hokkaido. As of 6 a.m., 392 centimeters had piled up in Tsukayu in the Hakoda region mountain range in Aomori Prefecture. The figure is double the average amount for this time of year. Goshogawara City, also in Aomori Prefecture, had 107 centimeters. That's more than triple the average. In the 24 hours through Sunday morning, 40 centimeters of snow is forecast in Hokkaido and 30 centimeters in the Tohoku region. Weather officials are urging people to be prepared for avalanches and power outages caused by snow accumulation on power cables and trees. So right now, most of this affecting the northern part of Japan, that's Hokkaido, and parts of the western parts of Japan. A lot of this is fairly normal for them. They're used to getting a lot of snow. Still, it's always a bit gnarly to see it in photographs and also in video. Looks like my place right now. Let's see, we turn to some other news on the international front. And I don't know if any of you have been following this, but recently, in the business world, there was a rather big deal that was attempted to merge Nippon Steel, largest steel maker in Japan, with US Steel, which is the largest steel maker in the United States. Well, the American president, Joe Biden, has blocked the planned buyout of US Steel. Nippon Steel, apparently they've had a lot riding on that. They're not happy about that. They're going to take some legal action against the US government. The order was issued by the president on Friday to stop the deal, citing risk to national security. Two steelmakers said in a joint statement they were dismayed by the decision. The Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States examined the security risks of the Japanese firm's acquisition plan, and the two firms say Biden's order, quote, reflects a clear violation of due process and the law governing CFI US, and they'll take all appropriate action to protect their legal rights. See, I don't know if that's accurate, but we're going to leave that to the courts to ultimately decide. It's not out of the ordinary, and it's not without precedent for an American president or a leader of a country to torpedo a deal as big as this. To say, no, this could have a negative impact on a major industry in the country. So yeah, we're not doing that. The statement says it's shocking and deeply troubling the US government would treat an ally like Japan this way. What's the line from The Godfather? It's not personal, Sonny. It's strictly business. The document goes on to say Washington sends a chilling message to any company based in a US allied country contemplating significant investment in the United States. Nippon Steel began plans to continue pursuing the acquisition despite the slim chances of success. I mean, even they have to know. Even they know that they don't really have much of a leg to stand on. Something that's such a critical or core industry, such as steel manufacturing, in any country, not just America, that's big. And for an outside company from a foreign country to try and come in and buy that, yeah, in the wrong hands, it could be bad. I mean, who's to say Nippon Steel, God forbid it happens, but who's to say Nippon Steel just goes tits up in the next year or two, and then perhaps some intrepid Chinese or Russian firm comes in, probably more likely a Chinese firm, comes in, scoops up Nippon Steel for the equivalent of pennies on the dollar, and let's say that they had completed their acquisition of US Steel. Well, all of a sudden the Chinese have got the Americans by the short and curlies, because now the Chinese own not only a major Japanese steelmaker, but also an American steelmaker. Does it seem far-fetched? I don't know. I haven't looked at the financials of US Steel or Nippon Steel, so can't say for sure. Is it impossible? No, it's not. Nothing the US does right now is shocking to me. I've seen countless reports the Biden administration is basically doing what it can to hamstring Trump as much as they can before the 20th. Yes, planting the usual after I'm gone time bombs to sort of fuck over the incoming government. It happens all the time. It's petty and it's stupid, but, you know, that's where we're at in the absolute state of society. Because democracy means take your ball and go home when you lose, I guess. Yeah, I suppose so. A lot of people have sort of lost the concept of what it means to be a good sport about these things. But then again, you also have to remember, in politics, turnabout is fair play. So, the soon-to-be opposition has no right to complain whatsoever when they've opened the door to this sort of behavior. And when the shoe's on the other foot, well, they'll taste their own medicine and it will be bitter. South Korea, bet a lot of people forgot about this one. The South Korean president, it did a thing. It did a pretty bad thing. Tried to declare martial law. Why he wanted to do that, I don't know. Maybe he was making some sort of play for power, but it apparently backfired because he forgot about the whole thing of, oh yeah, all of our able-bodied young men and women, or at least the young men, have to do a compulsory 2 years of military service. And so a lot of them were doing whatever they could to shuffle in lawmakers to vote to override that declaration of martial law. And apparently, someone wanted to detain the South Korean president. But now investigators are halting their attempts to execute a detention warrant for President Yoon Suk-yeol. Don't know if I'm pronouncing that name correctly, forgive me. They earlier entered the grounds of the presidential residence to detain Yoon, but were blocked by his security personnel. The backdown comes after 150 government officials arrived at the president's compound, where a team of around 80 investigators ran into a standoff with officials protecting Yoon. The stalemate lasted about 5 hours. The investigative team says it came within about 200 meters of the residence, but security staff blocked the roads with more than 10 vehicles. Officials say more than 200 people, including military personnel, formed a human wall to prevent the authorities from entering. Scuffles were reported, and the investigative team said it could not execute the warrant due to safety concerns. Step 1. Declare martial law. 2. Get impeached. 3. Get an arrest warrant. 4. Question mark. 5. Profit? Question mark. Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking. It's one of those things that it looks cool on TV. That classic Hail Mary pass. But here's the thing, it only looks good if you pull it off. If you don't, you just look like a bloody fool. Yonhap news agency says investigators have launched a probe into the leader of the Presidential Security Service and others for allegedly interfering with public officers. They issued a summons to the security head to appear before them on Saturday. However, the security service has said it will take legal action because the entrance to the compound was destroyed without permission, and some members were injured in the confrontation. The warrant for Yoon's detention was issued by a court, which earlier this week also authorized a search of his residence on charges of orchestrating an insurrection. The warrant is set to expire on Monday. The investigative team says it is considering its next steps. This warrant is the first to be issued against an incumbent South Korean president. Some members injured in the confrontation. I wonder what those injuries were. If they're just simple cuts and scrapes, come on. That's a bit of a reach. He also immediately ended it once Parliament voted it down, despite the military being in favor of it, which... yeah, I think even he realizes, like, oh, shit. This isn't working out. I don't know, man. You have to look at this as an outsider and just think, what the hell's happened to Korea? This is a government gone mad, or this isn't really much of a government at all. This is not the sort of the stability you need if you want to have some semblance of a normal society. And especially, I've got a little bit of a business background, so I tend to also lean on this perspective. But if I'm someone who's conducting business either domestically, or if I'm an international business wanting to do some sort of foreign direct investment into the South Korean economy, I look at all of this, and I just think to myself, yeah, no, not worth it, man. This is too much. So, yeah, this does not project an image of stability. And what's even worse is it actually... it almost makes the North Koreans look like the sane ones. Almost. But anyway, January 14th, impeachment trial starts. There was some drama. Preparatory proceedings declared to be dusted by the judge. Oral arguments, they're moving on. You know, you've got one side or the other arguing about more procedure, and the judge is just like, no. Stuff your pedantic arguments, we're moving on. It was also the acting president because the elected president had been impeached. What a broken system where the parliament could impeach and then immediately remove a president until trial. What would stop the opposition from impeachment over and over until they get a president on their side? I mean, yeah, in theory, probably not wrong. Then again, the idea of something resembling a democratic South Korea is, we have to remember, that is a fairly recent phenomenon in history. I believe it was only around maybe the 1980s or the 1990s when they finally got that. Whereas from the Korean War up to 70s and 80s, it was effectively a military dictatorship. So, just something to keep some perspective about. But anyway, let's keep going, and actually let's return to the United Kingdom, where earlier this evening, Reform UK, the fastest growing political party in the United Kingdom, held a convention. And speaking at this convention was not only several other leaders of Reform UK, but also their leading man, Nigel Farage.
But above all, what we need in this country is a change of culture. We are living in societal decline, when nobody has the moral courage to stand up and do what is right for fear of being called names. The fact that the so-called grooming scandal, or should we call it the mass rape abomination, this is all back in the news. I don't know whether you've read online some of the accounts of what happened to girls as young as 11, 12, and 13 years old. If you haven't read the transcripts online, I advise you not to, because you frankly won't be able to go to sleep. What happened in this country, and it didn't just happen in one place, it wasn't just Oldham, it happened in towns and cities all over the United Kingdom on an industrial scale. And yet, mainstream media
it's that bad,
did their best not to cover it. Keir Starmer, it would appear, when he had the big job as Director of Public Prosecutions in 2008, chose not to prosecute a grooming mass rape case. The Conservative government did all they could for there not to be a public inquiry. And Jess Phillips this week decides there is no need for a public inquiry. And the police have failed in all of these towns and cities. They dare not say anything for fear of being. Our moral courage is destroying the very values upon which this once great country was built. And what we need is leadership and a party and a movement that understands and knows the difference between what is right and what is wrong, and will speak without fear, without favor. And let's have that public inquiry. Let's expose the truth, and let's make sure people in public life who allowed this to happen get their jobs taken from them. It must happen.
As someone living in a non-parliament country, what forces a snap election? I always see parties do it when they're losing in the polls, which seems weird. Is it to minimise the losses, or are they forced to? Simply asking because if I feel if Labour called a snap election right now, Nigel would be Prime Minister afterwards. Yeah, okay, so in the United Kingdom, there's a couple of things that could happen. One of them is a no-confidence vote in Parliament. And if the Prime Minister survives that, he gets to stay Prime Minister. If not, he steps down, and I think if they can't keep their coalition together, then the coalition is dissolved, and so is Parliament, and they have to have snap elections. Alternatively, King Charles could, I believe, exercise the power to dissolve Parliament and ask or even demand that the Prime Minister step down. I don't think he's going to do that, mainly because the House of Windsor has always been fairly pro-Labour in their political leanings. I mean, his his mother, the late Queen Elizabeth, was always rather fond of Labour politicians like Harold Wilson, who, you know, in the eyes of the public, most of them didn't really like him all that much. I know he was also the source of a lot of ridicule and scorn. Even the Beatles wrote a song about him called Taxman, complaining about how he's just taxing everything. You know, if you drive a car, I'll tax the street. If you try to walk, I'll tax your feet. So there's a couple of ways that snap elections could come. And we've already got some people, like I believe it was in the news earlier today that Elon Musk's father was making some public comments saying that, yeah, two-tier K, he's not gonna last through February, or something like that. I don't know. We'll have to see on that. It's really not looking good for Labour at this point. It's also not looking good for the Tories, because they are being too closely associated with Labour and sort of being called the Uniparty. And both parties' bad behaviour is being called out during question time and, you know, on the floor of Parliament by members of Reform. And also you've got a lot of people that are defecting from the Tories, and I believe they've even got a few Labour MPs and former MPs that have defected over to Reform. So there is a lot of public evidence, and also it's been verified that yes, their membership numbers are surging right now. Reforms are, while even the Tories are languishing, and people are starting to turn their backs on Labour. Also saw where the UK are releasing PDF files, but are prosecuting and silencing a man who defended his daughter from sex traffickers. Yes, I believe that is accurate. I'm assuming this is what Nigel was speaking about in this clip.
Scottish!
One of many such cases. These have been going on for over 25 plus years. It's been something that has been known about in local police departments all over the UK, and it has been effectively covered up because people didn't want to be called racist. Because more often than not, these sex crimes have been committed by young men, well, or young-ish men, but men from the Middle East. Mostly Pakistani. A lot of these people are very low-skilled, have come in as refugees. Some of them are even reputed to be inbred, because apparently a lot of that goes on in Pakistan and other Middle Eastern countries. So, yes, you've got this foreign element that is preying upon young women and even young girls, underage girls, in the United Kingdom. And nothing's been done about it. But if anything, they prosecute the parents who are trying to rescue their children. And sometimes they even prosecute the victims. Yeah, I can't believe that this shit has happened for way too long. It has. And the people are growing fed up with it. It's one of those things that publicly the intelligentsia and the upper classes refuse to acknowledge and refuse to say is going on. But it's going through these sort of cycles right now. Slowly but surely, it's going through that whole four-stage cycle. We've seen it talked about in America with the recent story about, what was it, Haitians eating dogs or something like that. Haitian refugees eating dogs. People mocked and ridiculed President Trump for it. They called him a racist. They called him every nasty name they could think of. Turns out, no, it's true. It was true. So it's a cycle that always repeats, especially with the left, of step one, it's not happening. Step two, well, it's happening, but it's really not that bad. You know, and it's not really happening that often. It's an isolated incident. Step three, it's happening, and this is a good thing. And then step four, you're a racist, sexist, bigoted, homophobe / terrible person if you don't support it. Yeah, and then it comes out as true. Conservatives were more liberal than Labour on transitioning children, I believe. Yeah. No, the Conservatives, I don't know what possessed them, but they have just completely lost their way. And they basically decided to go full retard, worse than Labour, on a lot of these things, especially immigration. They campaigned on reducing immigration. And then they get into power, and they not only don't stop it, they crank it up to 11. I've noticed conservatives going to a bit too much as well as the things happening on X. Yeah, no, Kimi Badenoch, who's the leader of the Tory party, has just made an absolute fool of herself by claiming that the record numbers of people joining Reform are fake. And if anything, it only resulted in a Streisand effect, with more people joining Reform. I'm a Japanese-Cuban mix, and I've had legitimate conversations where a head of staff has said to me, "You're a darker-skinned woman, so I hope you understand you are betraying your black sisters if you don't vote for Harris." Absolutely mind-boggling that anyone would say that. And I have to ask, was this someone who fits the profile of the awful, the affluent white female liberal? Which that would be even more ironic, Lizzie, if that was who was talking to you, who said such a stupid thing. But I mean, credit where credit's due. At least they were being honest in what they were thinking. It's quite rare these days that you get someone who will actually say the quiet part out loud. They were actually a white male. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, that is even worse. Yeah, that to be lectured like that by a white male, to say that you're betraying your black sisters if you don't vote for Harris, that is absolutely ridiculous. And we see now why she lost, and she lost rather spectacularly, I must say. But then again, that behavior, not just at the bottom, but also at the top. Earlier this week, I was listening to an episode of Tucker Carlson's podcast, and actually, let me pull up Spotify again and see who it was he was interviewing. Let's see here. Now, Sean O'Brien, president of the Teamsters Union. Teamsters had all of the presidential candidates. Everyone from Robert Kennedy to Donald Trump, to answer something like a list of 16 questions that they put to every candidate. Most of them answered without any problems. Joe Biden gets up there. Everyone can tell he's not playing with a full deck, and is only able to answer probably the first 5 or so questions before his handlers shuffle him off the stage. Time goes by, they have the first presidential debate. There's an assassination attempt against Donald Trump, the first of several, and then Biden drops out of the race, and Kamala Harris steps in, takes his place. Teamsters invite her back, and they put the same, 16 questions. She says, I will only answer 3 of these. That's what her team tells the Teamsters. And she says things like, before she walks out of this sort of question time with the Teamsters, she says as she's walking out to the Teamsters, I'll win with or without you. And before that, when she met up with Sean O'Brien, some sort of event they were at together, shaking hands, she leans in and tells the president of the Teamsters Union, in a rather threatening way, you better get on board. You better get on board. It was at that point that Mr. O'Brien said, nah, this bitch is cooked. We're not supporting her. And that was when you saw the whole thing of the Teamsters refusing to publicly support any presidential candidate. Basically leaving it in the hands of their members. Which I believe some of the polls and surveys of Teamsters members, a majority of them were saying, yeah, you know what? We've gone Democrat most election cycles. We're thinking this time we're going to go with Trump. Just because past 4 years, not been very good to us. Oh, it was those white dudes for Harris guys. Oh, I see. In other words, a beta cuck for Harris. I'm sure their wives' boyfriends were so proud of them after they really gave you the what for. 312 to 226 to be exact, winning all battleground swing stakes plus Nevada. Yes, that was satisfying to see, and even more satisfying, we didn't have to wait all bloody night for the whole thing to come in. I'm a registered Democrat still because I wanted to vote for Bernie in 2016, and since then I've moved to a state where you can vote in either primary, so I didn't need to change to vote to Trump. But because of that, I still get Democrat text messages and door knockers. Yeah, depending on what state you live in, it may be one of those things where once you vote in the next primary for the Republicans, that may stop. So that will change your registration over to Republican. However, the downside of that is instead of text messages and door knockers from the Democrats, you're going to be getting that from the Republicans. So you just can't win no matter what you do. I hate it when I get those text messages. I've blocked all of those. I hate getting those. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, Mandalorian. Thank you. Even after the election, well, unless it's those special non-election cycles, so just before the midterms, yes. Most unions are run by educated whites who have never actually worked Labour before. I was flabbergasted when I saw stories of these people going, yeah, our internal poll had our numbers going for Trump 60-40, but we're endorsing Harris. We need to convince our members they're wrong. It really does just show you how out of touch they are. How incredibly out of touch they are. And how many of them still are out of touch. Some of them, they remain defiant to the very end. And it's like, guys, the vibe shifted. The culture's against you now. You've lost. But anyways, let's get back to Reform UK's event today. Great speeches from Nigel Farage and the rest of the leadership at Reform. However, he certainly has got his share of detractors, especially surrounding the whole comments that have been made about working class activist Tommy Robinson. This is from Radio Genoa. Nigel Farage says he doesn't need Tommy Robinson, the same Nigel Farage who surrendered to Islam a few weeks ago. To date, there's no English politician who acts in the interest of the English people.
He's very supportive. He's very supportive of me. He's very supportive of the party. He sees Robinson as one of these people that fought against the grooming gangs. But of course the truth is Tommy Robinson's in prison, not for that, but for contempt of court for the third occasion. But I mean, equally, there are people in Britain who think that Robinson is a political prisoner. That's the narrative that he's pushed out. That's how he earns his living, but it isn't quite true.
Would you accept Robinson as a member of your party? You quit UKIP over the association with him last time.
He's not the only one who said that.
Robinson has been to prison many, many times for many, many things. Mortgage fraud, passport...
Lizzie, thank you for the tier 1 sub, and, well, thanks to that, you've triggered a level 1 hype train, everyone. Thank you so much. Let's see if we can get it to level 2 and beyond. Let's go! Damn arts. Sorry about that. Got to keep the lights on in the newsroom some way. This year they were supposed to have 2 governor races, one in Virginia, one in New Jersey. Then in the midterms, the governor's map is supposed to be bigger. That's encouraging to know, and not without precedent, especially when it comes to presidential elections. Those usually follow suit shortly after. Yeah, the odds were just annoying. Sorry about that. I don't have much control over that. I keep it at the bare minimum in order to enjoy the higher part of an ad revenue split. But yes, the subs are always appreciated, and I do believe you can still subscribe with using your Prime membership.
What problems, you name it. He's got his own campaign. We're a political party aiming to win the next general election. He's not what we need. He's very supportive of me.
Okay, so that's what Nigel said. That's what a lot of others have said in Reform, that they would not welcome Tommy Robinson into Reform in any capacity whatsoever, probably not even as a member. And then he also said this.
But the nub of it is, we have a Muslim population in Britain growing by about 75% every 10 years. Right? That's just where we are.
Mm-hmm.
If we politically alienate the whole of Islam, we will lose. We'll lose.
So how does one include
We
them?
will lose. By 2050, goodness knows what kind of a terrible state we're going to be in.
Mm-hmm.
But the nub of it is...
So yeah, contrasting what he said on GB News versus what he said on Winston Marshall's podcast. Avi Ganameni tweeting, I believe he's working with Rebel News. Nigel Farage condemns Nigel Farage for lacking the moral courage to do what is right and stand up for Tommy Robinson in fear of being called names. What are the chances of the Labour Party winning the next election? Just asking because I'm just curious on how things might happen. As it stands right now, if the polls were to be believed, if an election were called within the next few weeks, we would see a surge in MPs for Reform. So Reform would gain seats. You would see, at a cost of probably both Labour and the Tories, losing seats. However, I don't think it would be enough for Reform to have a majority to form a government, so they would have to form some sort of coalition, possibly with the Tories, possibly with the Lib Dems. We don't know. We just don't know. And at this point, with relations being so frosty between Reform and the Tories and Labour, probably wouldn't be able to form that government. Canada's Liberal Party isn't looking like they're coming back with the current polls. Yes, that's true. Yeah, Justin Trudeau has done tremendous damage to his own country, and yeah, it looks like he's on his way out, and same thing could be happening up in Canada. I tweeted about what's going on here. Actually, quote tweeting something from the podcast The Lotus Eaters, a short 15-minute video by Sargon of Akkad. And to summarize, one of the points that he raised, and I'll read it out. I wrote that anything is for sale at the right price, even an about face by Nigel Farage on Tommy Robinson. And for all of his more recent faults, Elon Musk, along with the rest of Reform's donors, would do very well to remind Nigel and company of this old political wisdom, that money talks. That said, Carl's bang on when it comes to the class divide and the dinner party social club circuit. That's the one thing that a lot of outsiders, not really super familiar with UK politics, tend not to get, especially if you're coming from an American perspective, is that there's maybe not so much of a racial divide amongst voters, though those do exist. But the big thing is the class divide. Nigel Farage is, and the leadership of Reform, safe to say, most of them are part of the upper class, the upper middle class of society. People like Tommy Robinson, he is more working class. And you can tell quite often between the two by their accent. Tommy Robinson speaks like a man who, you know, lived on like a council estate or a council flat. You know, sort of tower block housing or something like that. Very working class background. You can tell in his voice and in his accent. And you can also tell, just like what we saw here earlier, you hear Nigel Farage. And most people can't really tell the difference between the two outside of the United Kingdom. But most people would hear an accent like Nigel Farage's, some of the other leadership in Reform, perhaps even my own accent. And they would identify that with something that is more middle class, upper middle class, possibly even upper crust of society. Sort of that thing of the more received pronunciation of Queen's English you speak, the more you are perceived to be in the upper echelons of society. So there's a definite class divide in the UK. And that may be one of the big points of reluctance on the part of Reform to embrace people like Tommy Robinson, because they believe that they won't get invited to the fancy dinner parties and the social clubs anymore, and that it'll make them look bad in the eyes of the donors. But as I said, we are long past the point of being worried about what the stuffy bourgeois think about working class activists, or even the working class in general. You will never win the approval of people who are always going to hate you no matter what you do, and who need to be chased out of the halls of power anyway. Therefore, you may as well become the living embodiment of their worst nightmares and fever dreams, to the delight and cheers of your own base, all while building alliances and coalitions with people and folk heroes across different classes who can bring out the vote at election time. And if it's any consolation, you can always host your own fancy dinner parties later, with guests of your choosing, who are far more interesting, whose company is far more pleasurable. And for the right price, there's that word again, you can even host them at the same places, frequented by the same stuffy bourgeois, just to rub it in. How do I know? Because this is exactly what I would do if I were in their position. This is not a time to be worrying about class divides. This is a time to be bridging class divides. This is a time not to be worrying about table manners of your guests and letting the working man and working woman dine alongside the upper crust of reformed society. For all of you to meet and greet and get to know one another and realize that aside from income levels and the type of car you drive and whether or not you have a tailored suit from a fancy tailoring shop on Savile Row or German Street, all of these superficial appearance things aside, you're all really the same at the end of the day. We've all got to put our trousers on one leg at a time. And what should be uniting the different classes that can come together under reform is a love of country, a patriotism, something they talked about almost ad nauseum at the Reform Conference. You will find upstanding British citizens within the fancy social clubs on Pall Mall. And also blue-collar working class men and women in the north of England who all love their country just as equally, and who believe that Britannia is still worth fighting for. So yeah, whatever baggage Tommy Robinson may have, and he does have some baggage, let's be clear on that. He's still done a lot, and he's still a folk hero in the eyes of a lot of working class Brits. And I think if you want to win them over and get them out to vote, you need at least a tacit ally in people like Tommy Robinson. People see the leadership of Reform throwing Robinson under the bus, and they don't like it. They don't like it. That's going to keep some of them away from the polls. I mean, if Nigel is worried about Tommy's star of fame eclipsing him somehow, I don't think he has to worry about that. I don't think that's Tommy Robinson's aspiration. He's already in your corner. He's already willing to support you. It's all right to make the fair statement of, yeah, he's had his troubles with the law. Yeah, he's in prison right now. Doesn't need to be. But here's another thing. Elon Musk has said rather publicly, Tommy Robinson does not need to be in prison. And other people have suggested that the United States can impose sanctions upon the United Kingdom as long as he remains in prison. Now, will they do that? I don't know. The juice may not be worth a squeeze in this particular instance. But the tide has shifted, I think. I don't believe that recent polling, which you have to always take those with a grain of salt, that the public is on Tommy Robinson's side because he's standing up for our girls. A class divide has always existed in America, though it's always overshadowed by the race divide. However, I do feel we're getting closer and closer to being like the UK, where it's mostly all about class. I think you're right, Lizzie. I think we are getting to that point. Yeah, you have a sexy British man accent, thank you. One podcaster I listened to made a good point. The Tories and Labour view the British people as subjects. Reform has a chance to destroy both by viewing the people as civilians. Yes, and you're going to need figures like Tommy Robinson in order to bridge those gaps, bridge those divides, build those bridges, those alliances, those coalitions between the classes. And finally just be able to say definitively, we are one Britain. Hello, Lord Rexworth. Hello, Action Bastard. Good to see you. Good to see you. How are you? By the way, everyone, big shout out to Action Bastard. He's the one responsible for creating that election highlight video. He was working on that one quite a while, but he did an absolutely brilliant job. And he even saw him in there, because he granted us exclusive interview and gave him some time to make a post-election concession speech, because he himself ran for president with, what was it? Was it $43 or $47? Actually, I always forget that last digit. Proving, chat, you too can run for president on a budget. Actually winning the presidential election, now that's something else entirely. $43. Yes. Honestly, I think that's your next book idea, Action. Some memoirs. Chronicles of the $43 Presidency, or something like that. I think that would be a humorous read, because let's face it, we need some more humor in politics, and P.J. O'Rourke can't do it all on his own. Actually, I don't even know if P.J. O'Rourke is still alive. I think he may have passed away recently. It was quite a good highlight video, what made me come here tonight. Yes, and thank you so much for that, Lizzie. Thank you. Actually, speaking of books, guess what just hit the public domain? Popeye and Tintin. Oh, really? I heard about Popeye. I didn't know about Tintin. That's interesting. That's quite interesting. Let's see. What else did I prattle on about? Oh, yes, the whole thing that happened in New Orleans and Las Vegas. Yeah. Talking about how there were too many coincidences happening here, and I myself, I don't believe in coincidences. Yeah, we just had an absolute clown show with the American FBI. This was posted up on modernity.news and also Revolver. The New York Post has found the New Orleans terrorist house before the feds, and it appears they may have tampered with a crime scene or contaminated it. 11 new Mickey Mouse episodes, including one that gave him his white gloves, also hit public domain. So we can actually show some Disney shorts. Yes, just when you think the FBI couldn't possibly stoop lower or tarnish its reputation further, they somehow managed to outdo themselves with an act so inept and outrageous that all you can do is shake your head in disbelief. What happened this time? They showed up late to a terrorist house, so late in fact, that reporters from the New York Post arrived before they did. At this point, the feds have little more than a bumbling clown show, handling the New Orleans terror attack with all the finesse of a troop of Keystone cops. In a stunning display of what can only be described as DEI-driven incompetence, an FBI spokeswoman stood in front of the cameras and declared that the massive New Year's terror attack was not a terror attack at all.
Patrick said we'll be taking over the investigative lead for this event. This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found.
She speaks in uptalk. I hate uptalk. 20th can't get here fast enough. True and real. Should be noted the FBI branch in NOLA as recently as October was posting pictures on Twitter showing off their Swiftie bracelets the day she endorsed Harris. Heard about that. Silver lining about what happened in Vegas is that because of how the Cybertruck is built, explosions that happen from within are guided upward to minimize damage. Yeah, that may have been the one thing that saved a lot of lives that day. How embarrassing for the FBI, but honestly it feels like the entire city of New Orleans has become one giant DEI disaster. They have a senior citizen police chief, an FBI agent with braids and a nose diamond giving a press conference. And if I remember right, this New Orleans police chief, I think a year or two ago, got herself into trouble because she herself had a senior driving moment where she herself rammed a car, accidentally, I think, into a couple of people over in Oakland, California. And then she got into a legal kerfuffle with the city of Oakland and walked away with like $1.5 million or $2.5 million in severance. You know, the police chief in NOLA was fired in California for being awful at her job. I mean, it really says something when you get fired in California, of all places. And then you wonder why half of New Orleans divided itself in half and the city is called Georgetown or something. Yeah. Is it any wonder the American people have completely lost faith in the FBI? The FBI wonders why many people have lately second-guessed everything they do or say. If this FBI agent is the PIO for the NOLA office, PIO being Public Information Officer, an agency's PR person, she ignored her media training. You never give definitive conclusions early in an investigation. First new meme of 2025, chat. This is not a terrorist event. And to make matters even worse, as we mentioned earlier, the New York Post actually beat the feds to the terrorist house. The FBI didn't bother to show up until around 1 p.m. What were they doing in the meantime? Chasing down grannies who attended the January 6th rally nearly 4 hours ago? New York Post reporter Jenny Terre took to X to call out the disgraced agency in no uncertain terms. The FBI will relentlessly hunt down non-violent January 6 attendees with a fire of 1,000 suns, yet when it comes to actual terrorists, mowing down and shooting innocent Americans, they seem to yawn and lollygag their way to critical scenes. Really makes you wonder, why is this agency even operational at this point? Is it solely to fulfill the regime's agenda? As it stands, the only digital footprint we have of the New Orleans terrorist is this one. And I'm not going to play that. How did this man go from seemingly normal to complete whack job? That is the question many are asking. Who radicalized him? The answer seems increasingly clear. It appears he was radicalized at a local Houston mosque. From the New York Post, NOLA terrorist Shamsuddin Jabbar became radicalized after experiencing financial ruin and moved to a trailer park in close proximity to a mosque in Houston. He lived in squalor and had goats and chickens roaming in his yard. And speaking of that creepy mosque, reports suggest that its members have been instructed to remain silent and direct all inquiries to the Council on American Islamic Relations, an organization itself that is known to have terrorist ties. And this raises an even bigger question. What role, if any, did CARE play in all of this? The American people deserve transparency and answers about what's really happening. Unfortunately, getting to the truth may prove challenging, as the media and left-wing operatives seem determined to run interference and shield the religion of peace from scrutiny. CARE's director and co-founder celebrated the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack. Meanwhile, once again, President Trump was right. Crime in the country is spiraling out of control, the wide-open, unvetted borders only making things worse. As it stands, we already have more than enough violent kooks wreaking havoc in America, as the horrific New Orleans attack so tragically demonstrates. But thanks to the Biden-Harris regime, the floodgates remain wide open, ushering in even more chaos, whether we like it or not. And speaking of sorting crime, as the New Orleans nightmare continues to unfold, yet another deadly mass shooting has shaken Queens, New York. The violence and chaos is spreading like wildfire, and everyday Americans are paying the price for failed, left-wing, soft-on-crime leadership. At least 11 people shot in Queens, New York at the Amazura nightclub. And let's not forget, a car bomb exploded right outside Trump Tower in Las Vegas, Nevada. As expected, the media is already brushing it off as no big deal, conveniently labeling it some kind of left-wing performance art or whatever excuse fits their narrative of the day. But the truth is, it's starting to feel like our country is under attack from within. Daily reminder, the FBI are Stalin's secret police. Mandorian, thank you for the stretch name. Kyle Becker tweeting, so if I'm getting this picture right, a 19-year Army veteran with special operations experience carried out a tactical operation against a symbolic target using a Cybertruck, some fuel, and fireworks. Yeah, no questions there, right? It's starting to feel like the wheels are coming off the wagon as the most dangerous regime in US history plans its exit, leaving their left-wing army of chaos to unleash hellfire on innocent Americans. Meanwhile, the media, always eager to smear MAGA as violent, circles the wagons to gaslight the nation and shield their own. As always, it's the American people who lose the most, as evidenced by the ongoing clown show at the FBI. Let us hope and pray someone like Kash Patel steps in as FBI director and takes on the monumental task of cleaning up this disgraceful, weaponized disaster. But some interesting points being raised, and we're seeing some of this New York Post video. I'm not going to play the audio. But, I mean, look at it. This is a crime scene. And this fucking journalist just walks right in. Patrick Henningson's tweeting, so this media stunt more or less proves that New Orleans was an op. If there was a real criminal case, then this so-called journalist has just spoiled a crime scene and tampered with CSI evidence in an active FBI terrorism investigation. CNN hacks did exactly the same thing after San Bernardino in 2015. Those of us paying attention knew this. I repeat, this is an op, likely designed to trigger re-up of NDAA AMF deployment to fight ISIS in Syria and Iraq. They are teeing it up for Trump. America, you are being played. 10 out of 10. We're led by a president who doesn't know where he is, a VP that when sweating in the new senators today messed up the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh yes, couldn't even get the first few lines of the American Pledge of Allegiance correct. Makes me glad to be a Brit. We don't really have that sort of thing. Shocking, and they wonder how they lost. Oh, yes. We also had this thing about Nigel Farage. was going to play this, forgot to. Let's go ahead and play it. This is from Don Keith.
You know, I really don't understand you, Nigel Farage. You need to do a hell of a lot better. Every time you're asked by someone in the media about Tommy Robinson, you choose to throw him under the bus. Why do you do that? I understand your need to feel neutral or straddle the fence because you feel that the middle and the elites that you want to placate, they may still feel that Tommy Robinson is taboo, so that's why you do it. You want to please them. But rather than just saying, you know what, we're going to remain neutral on Tommy at this time, you choose to throw him under the damn bus every time you're asked about the guy. You want to refer to his previous convictions and bring those things up when you know that ever since Tommy Robinson has started his activism, he's been politically persecuted. You know his previous convictions are bullshit because of the political persecution. So you need to do a hell of a lot better. You need a better PR coach or a better media coach to help you with these instances where you don't really know what the hell you're doing. But if you ever want to unite the reform, you want to get people to vote for reform, and you want to win, you're going to need Tommy Robinson supporters. And to the working class people, Tommy Robinson is a hero. And you choose to throw him under the bus. Tommy Robinson, since the beginning, nearly 20 years ago, is the only one who's risked his life, his freedom, and his wealth to bring attention to these Pakistani Muslim gangs who are raping Britain's young daughters, and you never give him credit for it. Never. You always got to talk about the bad or what you feel is the bad. So what you need to do is reflect on all of the good that Tommy's done. And if you want to remain neutral, fine. I think people can understand that. But you don't have to throw the guy under the damn bus every chance you get. Do better.
Normally, I think when somebody says do better, that's a bit cringe, but in this case, it's rather appropriate, I think. Video made of facts, indeed. Well done, Don Keith.
You know, I really don't understand.
Okay, no. We don't need to. We've already been through it. We don't need to go through it again. Thank you. Let's see, elsewhere in British politics. It was mentioned by Nigel Farage in his speech at the Reform Conference. Sir Keir Starmer was at one point the head of Crown Prosecutors in the United Kingdom. He was one of the top lawmen in the UK. And yeah, you may have seen this over on Twitter. Keir Starmer's asylum case connection sparks political debate. Social media being abuzz with allegations that UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer was previously involved with the asylum case of the Rudakabana family. This has led to a mix of speculation and calls for his resignation, though no official confirmation or detailed information about the nature or timing of his involvement has been provided. The controversy largely stems from a claim by a government source, but lacks substantiation from official records or statements from Starmer's office. This from Charlie Bentley Astor. I can now reveal the following to the British public. A source within a senior office of the British government has stated that yes, Prime Minister Keir Starmer had encountered the Rudakabana family before the events which took place in Southport on the 29th of July 2024. He's said to have had a role in the family's asylum case. In order to present this allegation to the public, I've spent 6 weeks in deep research attempting to corroborate this allegation. Here's what I've discovered. And let's see. Leads to their Substack. I'm going to force this dark. Can easily assume he was not only in on it, but benefiting from it. Yeah, more than likely. If you want some humor amid all this sad shit, a new liberal cope is Trump only got 27% of the American population votes. 73% of America rejected him. Ignore that like a third of America are under 18. Yeah, that is a cope. That is pretty desperate copium huffing there. What part does Starmer play in the Southport stabbing? This has been the subject of intense public scrutiny and fevered debate. Questions remain to be answered as to when the Prime Minister and Home Secretary can came to know of the ricin in the Al-Qaeda training manual that complicate the Axel Rudakabana case. The public are also looking for someone to blame for the doublespeak surrounding Axel Rudakabana's identity. A shy Welsh choir boy, a Christian who loves Doctor Who. Eventually came the accusation that Keir Starmer, a talented barrister and human rights lawyer before he was Prime Minister, had represented the Rudakabana family in their asylum case from Rwanda to the United Kingdom in the early 2000s. It's already known that Sir Keir Starmer specialized in human rights and international and criminal law. He has engaged in both defense and prosecution roles as barrister, and over the course of his legal career, he's been a case lawyer for Liberty, a legal advisor for Amnesty International, helped to conduct cases in the European Court of Human Rights, and between 2002-2008, he was a member of the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office's Death Penalty Advisory Panel. He has worked upon dozens of asylum appeals in his time, particularly those who have claimed refugee status on account of war and persecution. It was, therefore, not outside the real possibility that Starmer could have represented refugees fleeing the Rwandan genocide, as Axel Rudakabana's parents are said to have done. But connections seemed far-fetched, and the rumour became subsumed in the news cycle. It was not until November that the rumour resurfaced. I became aware of a disclosure made by a whistleblower inside a senior office of the British government about the Prime Minister and his personal connection to the Rudakabana case. I can reveal the following to the British public. A source within a senior office of the British government has stated that yes, Prime Minister Keir Starmer had encountered the Rudakabana family before the events which took place in Southport on the 29th of July 2024. He is said to have had a role in the family's asylum case. Whilst I know which office, I do not disclose this knowledge to protect the source in question, but in order to present this allegation to the public, I have spent 6 weeks in deep research attempting to corroborate this allegation. The following document was shared on social media, boosted by several prominent figures of the right-wing political class, as evidence of the Prime Minister representing Alphonse Rudakabana, Axel Rudakabana's father, in an asylum case. One need only conduct a short glance at this document to see that the claimant M, being instructed by Mr. Keir Starmer QC, is a 42-year-old Hutu woman from Rwanda. The case as a whole addresses not the asylum claims themselves, but the destitution in which each asylum seeker found themselves whilst in the UK. In addition, the Hutu women would not be Axel Rudakabana's mother due to her age. She'd be 45 years old at Axel's birth, which is improbable. Axel Rudakabana's mother, Laetitia Muzier, I think I'm pronouncing that right, I don't know, has also expressed sympathies with the Tutsis in a Facebook post in 2017. The post reads, "Our families, our friends, our kids, our people, forever in our hearts. Tutsi genocide 1994, suggesting she herself is of Tutsi origin. Let the salt mine flow. Been keeping all my fries nice and salty." All of this is to say that this particular legal document is not the document that links Keir Starmer and to Alphonse Rudakabana. Got a thing talking about who is Alphonse. Settled in the United Kingdom 2002. Discusses history of his karate training and places himself in his native Rwanda in 1996. Keir Starmer alleged to have represented Alphonse Rudakabana in his asylum case in the early 2000s. Much theorized about whether Alphonse is a refugee or a warlord. Some assert he was a perpetrator of the Rwandan genocide, whilst others speculate he was a diplomat. I could list a great number of speculations and rumors percolating the internet about the identity of this man, all of which I am aware, but there is nothing tangible to them, and nothing fruitful would be gained in listing them here. These are separate allegations I will deal with in another essay. Providing the details of this article can be relied upon, Alphonse is confirmed as living in Rwanda after the Civil War, 1990 to 1994, the Rwandan Genocide, 1994, and during the First Congo War in 1996 through 1997. He would have been 18 at the time of the genocide. He reports studying karate for 3 years and taking his first belts in Rwanda before moving to the UK in 2002. This means that, an approximation, he places himself in Rwanda at least between somewhere circa 1996 to 2000. This would leave 2 to 3 years unaccounted for before he arrives in the United Kingdom. The birth of his firstborn child is registered in Cardiff in March 2004, the most concrete evidence that he had been in the country by 2004. We've got this timeline here. January 2006. Sunday Times exposes the UK as harbouring Rwandan war criminals. August of the same year, Axel Radekabana is born in Cardiff. 2007 to 08. Those known to be accused of war crimes in Rwanda issued extradition orders. 2009, appeals against those extradition orders are upheld. Those accused are released. 2013, the Radekabana family moved to Southport. December 2015, International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda ended its term. December 2018, known date by which Alphonse Radekabana had obtained British nationality status. I've searched all available UK asylum cases granted, rejected, and appealed between 2001 to present that originate from Rwanda and Kenya. There's no mention of a Radekabana or Muzaire in any of these applications. I reviewed those appeals which were nominized, and none bear a solid resemblance to what is known about Alphonse Radekabana or Laetitia Muzaire. There's only one other individual with the surname Radekabana in the UK, a female, who shows up on the electoral register in Middlesex. There is no public birth or immigration on her, but she appears at first pass to have no personal connection to the Radekabanas in Southport. After 6 weeks of extensive research, I've been unable to find any substantial documentation upon the Radekabana family. No birth certificate for Alphonse, no birth certificate for Laetitia. Does not appear Alphonse is married to Axel's mother. If they are married, I have been unable to find a certificate. Laetitia's name appears on the birth certificate of Axel and the certificate of his elder sibling. Alphonse's name does not appear on the birth certificate, although that's not unusual in the United Kingdom. I've been unable to find either Alphonse or Laetitia in worldwide public immigration records, and I've been unable to establish any kind of family tree for Axel, paternal or maternal, beyond his mother and brother. The only thing that can be known for sure about Alphonse is his month and year of birth, his address in Banks, that has obtained British citizenship by 2018, that he practiced karate, that has run a private bookkeeping and auditing business called Redknapp Limited since 2018. It filed to close the business in October 2024, but has since removed the application on the 31st of December. As a result, I've been unable to confirm or deny the connection between Keir Starmer and the Radekabana family at this time. I am not insensible to the suspicious nature of this apparent black hole. Some have suggested that Axel's father changed his name to Radekabana when fleeing Rwanda. Whilst not outside the realm of possibility, I preferred to deal first in that which is known and account for its eccentricities before wading into the unknown. There are reasonable explanations for this poverty of information. Rwanda and the neighbouring Democratic Republic of Congo have less comprehensive, less accessible files than the UK. I said it once, I'll say it again. Europe watched Elysium and thought they could do it, thinking it was a good idea. Yeah. If there are no documents here, the documents have been restricted, redacted, or withdrawn, then there is due cause to become suspicious of the role of the British government in the asylum of this family. Keir Starmer could be involved with the family in some other capacity, such as gaining approval for citizenship applications or resisting expedition orders. His academic and legal work has been quoted by others giving legal counsel and pursuing law reform in human rights matters, the death penalty and genocide, including the Rwandan genocide. How far are we in this? My feeling is that if a strong link existed between Keir Starmer and Alphonse Radekabana, it would have come out before now. News of that kind does not remain secret for long, wafted as they along the governmental corridors by whispers. I think it is possible that a link exists between the Rebecca banners and Keir Starmer prior to the 29th of July of this past year, but that link is superficial or indirect. Okay, well. That's it then. Let's see. Musk targeting UK politicians and grooming gang debate. Recent discussions around child grooming gangs in the UK have reignited, spotlighting political figures like Jess Phillips and Sir Keir Starmer due to criticisms from Elon Musk. Musk's social media posts have labelled Phillips as an apologist for the scandal and accused Starmer of complicity during his tenure at the Crown Prosecution Service. These statements have provoked varied reactions, with some political figures labelling Musk's involvement as misinformed, while others see his comments as highlighting the need for action. Rex, why do you have so many tabs open? Well, there's a lot to talk about here. A lot of info to absorb. Exactly. It's the first thing my eyes went to from opening this stream. Don't worry, I'm closing them out as we go along. How are we doing on time here? We're about 2 hours in. I'm going to skip over this, but yeah, interesting video posted by the Quartering. Cybertruck quote-unquote bomber supposedly loved Trump in America, just had a baby, loved the Cybertruck, no Tesla grudge, tried hooking up with his ex the day before, had the knowledge for a bomb to level Trump Tower and did not, and used a 50 cal to end himself, leaving no dental records. Now watch this. I would just say go watch it, chat. I think we've covered most everything about the... Oh yes, this was something else that came out. Major highway shut down due to big rig bomb threat in South Carolina. Ongoing incident unfolded around 3:30 p.m. Thursday afternoon near Greenville. State and local authorities swarmed I-85 near mile marker 44 and blocked traffic in both directions. Aerial footage circulated on the social media shows a number of law enforcement vehicles parked a substantial distance from a tractor-trailer, as we call them, a lorry, sitting in the roadway near an off-ramp. Not much information after that. New information. Trump Tower Vegas bomber apparently had a gunshot wound to his head before the detonation. Not suspicious at all. There was apparently a manifesto reportedly sent from the Trump Hotel bomber. States that he was not under duress, and appears Livelsberger is warning Americans about drones. Document looks like a lot of convenient information that the military-industrial complex would like to be spread around. Unaware of any forensic analysis that would decisively determine the authentication of this email and whether it truly came from Livelsberger. Remember, there are reports about a signal safety code being switched on Livelsberger's account. Green Beret Naptime tweeting Matthew Livelsberger is a patsy. The question is for who and for what purpose? The first and most obvious reason is because the police have reported he died from a gunshot wound to his head prior to the explosion, yet there were no reported gunshots in the 15 to 20 seconds before the Cybertruck exploded. Needless to say, it's odd one would shoot themselves in the head with a 50 caliber Desert Eagle right before blowing themselves up. It simply makes no sense. I've seen some people saying maybe he did not want to burn to death, so he shot himself first, but I believe that's silly. Any professional trying to carry out an actual attack would want to ensure their explosion went off without issue. They would not kill themselves beforehand and take the chance of wasting the opportunity. Also, the rifle he supposedly had in the vehicle had no iron sights, nor any other optics, which basically makes it worthless for any type of engagement. Another red flag. The second reason is because he was a highly experienced Special Forces soldier that would not have created such an abomination of an explosive device that was both silly and ineffective. He was Special Forces for long enough to have used a Carver matrix and to understand basic explosives. If the intent was political, the intent was missed, due to the second-rate explosive he supposedly used. We are trained in homemade explosives. He could have gotten everything he needed from a local hardware store to level the entire bottom floor of the Trump Hotel. There is simply no way he thought the combustibles he had in the back of that bulletproof truck would have been enough to do any damage to anything. The third reason is that his signal safety number changed just before the explosion, and then somehow his photo and safety number changed after the explosion. Clearly, this was manipulated by somebody other than him, as he was deceased and would not have been able to change anything. Find who changed his signal info, and you find who shot him in the head. The fourth reason is that Green Berets knew him are convinced he could not have done this, nor would have had any reason to do so. There's also reports he was approached by someone pretending to be a Green Beret previously on his team, claiming that Matthew was suicidal so that it would be recorded if they reported it. Again, find out who this person is, you'll likely find the culprit behind the entire thing. Now, if it was to make the FBI look bad, mission accomplished. Thank you for the lurky, Digi. The fifth reason is that he was still active duty, had just had a 6-month-old baby with his new wife, and had a literal multitude of jobs ahead of him when he retired. Yes, I understand sometimes people end their own lives for one reason or another, and it does not make sense to us, but all of this coupled with the evidence that we have so far makes me believe that he was indeed a patsy. We need to see every single piece of evidence from this investigation, and if anything is withheld, it only further confirms my suspicions this was a setup to frame one of our best soldiers with a heinous crime. Also, on a side note, the 50 cal shot to his head ensured his entire head was little more than splatter, destroying any hope of obtaining and matching dental records in the process. Tell me how this smells. Let's see, there was something else from Revolver. This was a day ago. Feels like the hope and celebration of 2024, marked by champagne and fireworks, has been wiped out overnight, replaced by an unrelenting wave of violence and terrorist attacks, like a rapid-fire barrage of chaos in an already unstable, upside-down world. General Michael Flynn is sounding the alarm. He believes we're at one of the most dangerous and pivotal moments in our nation's history. According to him, the road to Trump's inauguration could be fraught with peril, and these are the warning bells Flynn is ringing. Terrorist attack in Nola now reporting multiple IEDs and multiple terrorists, not all captured yet. Yeah, and as far as I know, they still haven't captured them all. What happened to all these multiple terrorists? What happened to the multiple IEDs? I heard some of them got detonated safely. Terrorist attack in LV now believed to be a suicide IED vest of some type. Drones, where did they go? Borders still wide open. Clear uptick of increased Iranian activities inside the United States. Massive cyber attack reported recently against the US Treasury. How many of us heard about that? Hello, Lord Rexworth, last surviving member of the Rexworth family line. I have a message for you. Oh, do you now? War in the Middle East radically changing for the worst, with the advent of a new terrorist organization taking charge of Syria and elsewhere across the region. War in Eastern Europe raging on with the use of nuclear weapons still on the table. China military buildup occurring and is the largest in over 50 years. Remember, to keep America strong, we need to focus on America first. Instead, because of our sustained and disastrous plunge into Ukraine to the tune of billions of dollars, and its not to be outdone disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, along with the trillions of dollars spent on the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, we are in a death spiral of biblical proportions. The loss in military and human treasure absolutely unconscionable. something I saw on Modernity News. There are apparently supporters imploring President-elect Trump to cancel a massive victory rally a day before the inauguration. Some people saying put him in an undisclosed location until the inauguration. Too risky for him and for any attendees too. Anybody else feel like this is a total setup? Somehow doesn't seem like a good idea right now. He knows his enemies are desperate and will try anything to the very last minute, and he keeps putting himself out there at risk. I hope he doesn't cancel it. That would just show the terrorists have any semblance of power. Yeah, I thought it was probably a mistake even to delay the, what was it, the Sugar Bowl by 24 hours? Yeah, this is more of a collection of people just sort of having this say around the internet. Yeah, no, Nox, I have no idea what that is. It's encoded. Yeah, well, you're going to have to decode it for me, because I'm not interested in having that in chat. Speak your mind, Nox. Really not in the mood for games. Okay, it's just hello, how are you? I'm fine. Let's see, we're coming up on the 2-hour mark here. Let's see, what else do we have? I think we're all just... Yeah, more stuff on the defections from Tories to reform. This is interesting here. From the Daily Telegraph. Flagship Ukrainian brigade trained in France goes AWOL. 1,700 soldiers from a Ukrainian unit equipped by the West and trained in France went AWOL before even firing a shot. At least 50 members of the new 155th Mechanized Brigade, one of the few to operate the Leopard 2 battle tank, disappeared while elements of the unit were being drilled in France. By the time it entered battle for the first time, at least 1,700 of its troops went absent without leave at numerous points. Some 500 soldiers were still missing. Was reported as recently as November. The exodus came before the brigade was deployed to Pokrovsk, a key logistics hub, anchoring Ukraine's defense against Russian advances in the eastern Donetsk region. I'll send a photo of the little thing I have for it in the server. I had a long day job shift today. Only thing I can decode is a microwave meal. The brigade, known as Anne of Kiev, was meant to have more than 5,800 troops and be equipped with some of the best equipment available, including the aforementioned Leopard tanks and French Caesar 155mm howitzers. This is embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. Oh, yes, and then there was, as mentioned, Kamala Harris completely boobing up the Pledge of Allegiance on the Senate floor.
Join me in pledging allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the United States. of the United States of America, and to the join me in pledging allegiance.
Getting the drinkies on a bit early, aren't we? Sounds like they took the stuff and ran. Yeah. And people thought she was a good candidate. Lol. Yeah. Some people take comfort in delusions. Let's see. From the New York Post, Sean Diddy Combs, can't forget about him, can we? Inner Circle exposing dark secrets of alleged red rooms in an explosive documentary. It's on the Peacock streaming service. Diddy, the Making of a Bad Boy, 90-minute documentary telling the story of the disgraced, currently incarcerated rapper and music mogul's early years. In the trailer, a man with a distorted voice to disguise his identity claims anytime a studio, any room is red, he's making love and sex. Some of the girls who were in the room for sure, they were underage. An unknown woman's voice also alleges, quote, they said they could ship me off and sell me to anyone. Another woman interviewed in the documentary says, Sean Combs is a monster. Combs is in federal custody awaiting trial on charges of sex trafficking and racketeering. And yet we still don't know the names of those who went to his parties, for the most part. Or any of that black book of Epstein's, for that matter. Yeah. All we know is they're keeping this one alive. For now. And then there's also this from the Post. 3 men accuse Sean Diddy Combs of drugging and raping them at New York City hotels. These are men. According to a trio of new lawsuits filed in New York on Thursday, Sean Diddy Combs drugged and then raped 3 men at 2 Manhattan hotels and at his Hamptons estate as recently as 2022. One of the men recalled that during his drugged haze, once Combs was finished raping him, he handed it off to others from Bad Boy Records so they could take turns sexually assaulting him. The 3 lawsuits cite assaults in 2019 and 2020, though the suit alleges they covered allegations through 2022. Each lawsuit alleges that Combs served the anonymous victims alcoholic drinks, spiked with drugs that made the men feel ill and lose consciousness, only to awake as Combs was raping them. A lawyer for the 3 victims said in an afternoon press conference outside the Manhattan Supreme Court, the trio of lawsuits have much in common. Quote, all of these cases involve the rape of men. They all involve drugging of these victims, raping by Sean Combs and others, following the rape's threats to the safety of each one of these victims. We're here to obtain some justice for these people, but events that have been traumatizing them ever since. He said none of these rapes had been reported previously to the police. After the assaults, he ensured their silence by threatening them and relying on their fear of his power. While a lawsuit will not undo the wrongs done to them, it enables the survivors to regain the power and dignity that was stripped from them by Sean Combs. Let's see, more news on the growth of the Reform Party in the UK. From GB News, latest Tory defection to Reform floats different political funding approaches. He wades in on Elon Musk donation row. The latest defection to Reform, Marco Longhi, has suggested that if Elon Musk's potential donation to the Populist Party becomes a contentious issue, broader questions must be raised about political funding in Britain. Speaking to GB News, Longhi emphasised that both Labour and the Conservatives have accepted funds from various sources over many decades, The ex-Tory MP's comments come amid reports the tech billionaire is considering a significant donation to Reform UK. Reports suggest Musk could donate up to $100 million to Reform UK following discussions with party leader Nigel Farage at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. The potential donation comes as Musk has already demonstrated his willingness to influence global politics, having donated $277 million to support Trump in the recent US presidential elections. The world's richest man has recently faced criticism over his support for Germany's AfD party and his interventions in British politics. Current UK rules permit unlimited donations from UK voters or companies registered in Britain, with Musk's social media platform X qualifying under these regulations. That's interesting to know. Unlimited? Yes. Unlimited donations from UK voters or companies registered in Britain. And X is registered in Britain. Which, by the way, chat, if you need an alternative to what you're seeing on the BBC, Sky News, places like that, even ITV, GB News, they're pretty good. I've been watching them, and actually their coverage of even what was going on in New Orleans and Las Vegas. It was quite good. It was really hard-hitting coverage, and even with their live coverage of things as it was unfolding, all or most of their on-air talent was they were asking all of the right, tough, hard questions that needed to be asked in that moment. So good on them for that, and I've been quite pleased with the coverage from GB News. They even had fairly decent New Year's Eve coverage of fireworks and everything going firing off in London for New Year's. And you're able to watch them live for free on YouTube, on gbnews.com. They also have live feeds going on over on X. And they even have a radio version, so they simulcast a lot of their programming as audio only. You can get the GB News app and just listen to it on your phone. You just have to remember that depending on where you are in the United States, there's about anywhere between about a 5 to 8 hour time difference. So probably in about 3 or 4 hours, they're going to be starting up the breakfast show on GB News, along with other networks in the UK, because it'll be morning there. And then usually by late morning to midday here in the US, they're already starting to get into their afternoon show and evening news programming. So just keep that in mind. They also got some fairly decent podcasts too. And the website is really good too. Top notch. Top marks from his lordship on all of this. Let's see here. Elon Musk tipped to revolutionize British politics. An astonishing verdict as tech mogul continues Keir Starmer attacks. That's according to freelance journalist Dominic Green. Speaking on GBN America, Green said that significant financial backing from the tech billionaire would drive UK politics much closer to the American-style model. Quote, Labour's problem is how to stop him from doing it without also making it illegal to get millions of pounds from the unions, who, of course, are their main backers. The comments come amid speculation that Musk could make contributions to Nigel Farage's Reform Party after the pair met at Donald Trump's Florida mansion. Musk's latest criticism of Britain came in response to calls for Tesla to open a factory in Scotland. Replying, quote, very few companies will be willing to invest in the UK with the current administration. The comment prompted a swift response from Starmer's spokesperson, who highlighted £63 billion of traditional investment since the election. Last month, Musk claimed Britain was going full Stalin under Labour amid inheritance tax concerns. The tech billionaire, who has been appointed by President-elect Trump to tackle government waste in the US has repeatedly accused Starmer's government of creating a police state. The tensions between Musk and Starmer first emerged during last summer's riots when the tech mogul suggested civil war is inevitable in Britain. Nothing says reversal of idiot moves like setting their wallets on fire. Musk was the one who popularized the hashtag two-tier care, suggesting differential treatment by law enforcement towards different groups under Starmer's leadership. The conflict escalated when Musk questioned whether Britain was becoming the Soviet Union after arrests were made over social media posts. One high-profile case involved a 53-year-old carer who received a prison sentence for inflammatory Facebook comments. The billionaire was notably absent from the government's October investment summit, following his vocal criticism of Labour. There are also stark comments about Musk's focus on grooming gangs in British politics. We'll get to this one in just a moment. I want to talk about this, but let's see, one more thing about British politics, and then we'll take a break from all that. We'll end on a light note. Nigel Farage takes the fight to Kimi Badenoch as Reform UK leader vows to make her seat a target constituency at the next election. Speaking at the first of Reform's regional conferences in 2025 in Leicester on Friday, Farage took a series of swipes at the Conservative leader, pouring fuel on the fire of a bitter Boxing Day dispute over his party's membership. Badenoch had claimed that Reform UK's membership ticker was fake in a series of social media posts on December 26. The Tory leader had taken X to accuse Reform of manipulating its members in an online ticker which showed the party had surged to overtake the Conservatives. In Leicester, Farage took a series of jabs at Badenoch's misspellings and ranting conspiracy theories in a Boxing Day tirade, but he cast aside rumours of taking her to court, saying it's all very well saying sue her, but she's not caused us any actual harm. She hasn't harmed us, she's given us tens of thousands more members. And this chat is what we call the Streisand effect. Farage added, "You had your chance to apologise, well now the gloves are off." Let's see, we talked about Longi. Party chairman blasted Badenoch, who had claimed that she knew the ticker was fake because she could monitor the back end of the website, saying the only back end that Kimi had been monitoring is the one she was talking out of. I'm looking for what it says. Ah, yes. Farage also pointed to the fact Reform UK's next regional conference tomorrow is set to sit inside Badenoch's Northwest Essex constituency and has promised a large-scale party event in her seat towards the end of January. A photo call for hundreds of Reform UK members and Badenoch's seat with Farage is now planned for January 31st. Okay. Now, we're going to end on a lighter note here, something a bit funny. I'm wondering why the video's not loading. Former Top Gear star Richard Hammond, given the self-moniker The Driving God, and his daughter Izzy have both failed a mock driving test whilst filming for their Drive Tribe YouTube show. The celebrated TV personality took on the challenge alongside his daughter to see who would achieve fewer minors and majors during the practice examination. The pair were assessed by TikTok sensation driving instructor Aman Sangera, who boasts over 1.3 million followers on the platform. The test had no impact on their actual driving licenses, but both father and daughter found themselves falling short of the required standard. Aman told the Hammonds, "Unfortunately, you both failed." Though she noted Richard had proven himself the better driver of the two. Well, I guess that's some sort of consolation. The mock test took place on the roads of Hertfordshire, with the pair navigating through Hereford in a new blue MG car. During the assessment, Richard encountered difficulties at the Asda roundabout, appearing momentarily confused about where to position himself amid the traffic. The test covered various components of the standard UK driving examination, with parallel parking proving particularly challenging for both participants. Izzy remarked about parallel parking, saying the car can do it for you. You don't have to always parallel park, as there's other places to park. The driving instructor revealed that parallel parking proved to be the decisive factor in both failures. Richard Hammond failed specifically for not checking his blind spots during the parallel parking maneuver, though a man noted he would have passed the test if not for this error. Izzy's performance faced additional scrutiny, with the instructor pointing out she was never checking her blind spots throughout the test, and also mounted the curb during parallel parking. Despite both failing, Richard was given some consolation when told he had outperformed his daughter marginally in the overall assessment. Hammond, a familiar face in Hertfordshire, residing in his home in Weston and Pinyard near Ross and Wee. He also operates his classic car renovation business from the smallest Korg workshop in Rotwas. That's pretty funny. Like Ramsay failing to microwave frozen mac and cheese. Oh, here's something I was unaware of. The Grand Tour recently bid farewell to Clarkson, Hammond and May after 8 years. Now set to continue with new presenters. I think we've been through this before with Top Gear. And I'm sorry to say, it's just not going to be as good without the lads. Anyways, that's 2.5 hours of this. That's the news. I think we've done enough of this. It ain't going to end well. Yeah, I'm very low expectations. Meanwhile, Jeremy Clarkson is farming show getting crazy numbers. Yes, and he's even, I think, stepping in to lead some of the farming protests. Which good on him. I mean, it's all just a giant land grab anyway. For the UK government to try and seize farmland and hand it over to BlackRock. And I know what people have said about, oh, well, you've got some rich people that have used the it to do some tax dodging or whatever. And it's like, very bold of you to proceed from a logical fallacy of somehow you need to be taxed on your land. Bold of you to assume that the property tax is somehow legitimate. Because effectively that turns everyone into a nation of renters. I mean, how can you truly say that you own your land if you still have to pay tax on it? And the government can seize it if you don't pay it. Then it's not really your land, you're just renting it from the government. But again, I guess I believe in this radical notion that your land and the stuff you build on it is supposed to be yours. In the most extreme sense, it's communism and extortion. You're forced to pay money to the government to stay out of jail. Yes, exactly. To stay out of jail and to stay in your own bloody home. Or on your own farm or estate or whatever. I'm sorry, but the idea of any sort of property tax is just wrong. In fact, it's not just wrong, it's evil. And strikes at the heart of anything like property rights. Your land is your land. Full stop. End of discussion. Government has got no right to tax it. But anyways, that's the news. There you go, Digi. 27 tabs now cleared out. I can only imagine the moans of satisfaction coming out of her and everyone else. Like, Rex, close your tabs, you psychopath! Alright, well, here you go, 27 tabs. You sure? Yes, close. Oh! 27, geez. Oh, it was more than that earlier. But yeah, okay. Time for something fun. Time for something fun. $27 closed. Phew, how many were left? 983. That's what it feels like sometimes with these windows. I really don't have much reason to keep a lot of them open. It's more of a, but I might need it at some point. Oh, Rex, did you check the Nigel and Marmalade vid on the meme channel in the Discord? I did not. Is this new? Oh. Nigel and Marmalade help a cowboy. Will this get the, I assume this is safe for... I assume this is TOS compliant. Yeah, that's not inspiring confidence action. Alright, I'll have to watch it later. It's violent a bit. We'll have to watch it later. Let's watch it later. Erring on the side of caution. Right. So, oh, let me share this with all of you. Okay, so there's a new Sonic game out. The shocking thing is, well, let me just show you some of this. No way, it's definitely light-hearted, and Patricia's a character. Ah, interesting. Okay, so I want to show you a little bit of a preview of where is it? There it is. So, there's a new Sonic game out. It's called Sonic Galactic. They've got a second demo out. It looks really good. Here's some of the opening animations. group called Star Team. And this is some of the actual gameplay chat. There's special stages. You can also play as Fang. And there's a new character called Tunnel the Mole. Looks like they've got a local 2-player mode. So the demo is out right now, and I've got a copy of it. And I figured, you know what? Let's do a bit of an adjustment to our plans. If we have some more time, we'll get to Yakuza Kiwami 2 later. But for now, I want to play this. I want to play this. So, let me change the Twitch category to, I think there's supposed to be a demos. Yeah, here we go. Games and demos. We'll update. There we go. And I'm going to close this out. And we'll get the game going. I did a training session on it before stream. And compatible with the Xbox controller. And quite responsive. This is actually really done, really well done for a fan-made title. I was about to ask, is this done by the same guy who did Sonic Mania? No, I think that's Christian Whitehead. I think this is a different team. This looks really good. Surprised they have a good grasp of the speed. Hard to get right with a lot of fan-based games, and I've played a few of those in my time. Right. We're already off to a good start here. Let's see, I need to add a news source here. Game capture. Specific window. Sonic Galactic. Let's hope this works. There it is. Let's see if we can get this to screen. Back behind. There we go. See a demo of what it's like to play. Getting more than 16-bit vibes here. This is more, like they said, they're trying to capture some of the Sega Saturn era of Sonic. And I think they've done rather well. Sorry about that. There we go. That pulled down just a little bit. Oh, that's better. Now I can hear. Let's see. Adventure. Let's create... Start out with Verdant Isle. Act 1. A new island. And we're off to the races, boys. Yeah, graphics look fantastic. Yeah, they really do. I don't think this would be something that could be pulled off on the standard Mega Drive. This seems more like 32X and Sega Saturn level graphics. This is more 32-bit than 16-bit. New friend. Verdant Isle Zone. Alright. Sure, definitely something you could get on the GBA cities as well. Yeah, you know, now that you mention it. Never really got a chance to play a lot of the Game Boy Advance games of Sonic, though they looked really good. It seemed... I don't know. Game Boy Advance was a bit after my time, and oh. Flying enemies now can adjust course. Ouch. Off he went. Got the big loops. Just as you remember. Star posts. It's just like old times. Whee! Oh! Well, that didn't work so well, did it? Okay, so no figure 8 super peel out. That's clever. Probably need 50 rings to activate the special stage. That's usually what's customary. Close. Ah, now we got the big blue rings. Let's try that again. I have to return and it's Hedgehog, yes! Is this Mania? No, this is a fan-made game called Sonic Galactic. They've got a second demo out that today. Decided to download it and play it on stream. Even caught the attention of the dev team on Twitter. They were nice enough to leave me a like. Ah! I missed the special stage. Whew! Rosso, welcome in. Oh, I see. Okay. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Oh no! I fell off! As a game developer, I approve. This looks really good for a fun game. Yeah. I have a feeling that Sonic Mania was a bit of a game changer. And a lot of what we're seeing here has probably been built off of that. Which, you know, is all of the good. And I think that's probably what people like Christian Whitehead wanted. Because you have to remember, he got his start as a maker of these sort of fun games. And I believe it was his adaptation of Sonic CD for mobile devices and for modern PCs that led Sega to just saying, yeah, you know what, this is so good, we want to hire you. We want to offer you a job. And so rest is history, and that's how we've gotten so many of these really good oh, got a boss. Ah! Come here. Get over here. There we go. Now, you think you look so tough. Ha! Take that! What's this? Wonder what that was. Hey, rings! Oh, I like this music. They kept the music from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Yeah, I think that's pretty much a fixture at this point. No way they can change it now. Okay, so that's sort of sandy beaches and a little bit of jungle there at the beginning. And now we're getting deeper into the jungle back too. That's not, I like these transitions here that we're seeing for the scenery. It's really subtle in games, going all the way back to like Sonic 3 and Knuckles, but I like that they're able to make it a bit more pronounced for these games. It's a bit more obvious now. Well, you know, I'm a Sonic fan. I admittedly played the old 3D games before Frontiers, and Generations made me a fan again. I would tell you this, Lizzie, I'm aging myself a bit. My first console, when I was a wee lad, was a Mega Drive. And my very first video game was Sonic the Hedgehog 2. That's how old school a Sonic fan I am. Oh, you're a game developer yourself, Lizzie. I did not know that. Really nice decor. I like this with little pinwheel flowers and everything. Got some animations to them. Hell yeah, kind of similar. My first console was a GameCube. First game was Sonic Adventure DX. Yeah. That one, in its own way, was a bit of a milestone because that was one of the first... It was one of the first Sega games that was produced for a non-Sega console. Because you have to remember that was a Dreamcast exclusive for the longest time. Palladium, welcome in. Right, bonus stage, don't get caught. Hey, let's go! Oh yes, little gold thingamabob. Ah! Fell again! This looks like a good fun game so far. It really does. I'm having a blast. This is like old times. Whee! Yeah, I write and develop visual novels. Very anime because I grew up in Japan for the first 13 years of my life. So I have a legitimate excuse compared to you dirty Westerners. Just kidding. Oh, that's fantastic. I love the dev kits that are available now for people to develop their own visual novels. It's just it's made it so easy now. Ah! Can't wait for this to get a full release. Seriously, for a demo, this is fantastic. Yes, I am stoked about this. Sonic Galactic devs, if you're watching, this is fantastic. You've done just a superb job. As soon as you can, please, let's get this full thing released. I have no idea how far we can get into the game, but I'm loving this. Whoa! Ah! Okay, that's a new one. As far as the pack I offered to help for Left 4 Dead 2, good news, got the basic stuff for players and enemies done. Bad news, still got all the weapons to do. Take your time. And Palladium, for whatever it's worth, I'm not even sure I'll be able to run it. So don't invest too much time into it. But I'm sure other people would be quite interested. We've had a bit of a mishap with mods just tending to cause the game to crash on my side. Sonic-wise, I grew up with Sonic Adventure 1, 2, Shadow 05, Heroes, kinda, and Sonic 06. Despite the reputations, I loved Shadow, enjoyed 06 to a degree, then was kind of out of the series until Frontiers wrote me in. And Shadow Generations being a sequel to Shadow 05 pleased my childhood heart. I've not had a chance to play Shadow Generations yet, but I've heard good things about it. I do love having Origins and all the modifications that are built right into the game. So nice to be able to play as like Tails and Knuckles in Sonic 1, for example. Being able to try different combos of characters. Including even having Mighty the Armadillo make a comeback. Ah! It's not Sonic 1 unless I can play as Big. Big was an interesting character, he really was. But, I don't know, I get the feeling he just wasn't a very popular character compared to, you know, the big trio of Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles and all the rest of them, so he just sort of kind of faded into the shadows. Take that. Fun fact, probably everyone knows by now, Big the Cat is voiced by the same guy who does Duke Nukem. I actually did not know that, but that is interesting. Gonna rip those fishes a new one. Damn, this Robotnik bastard's gonna pay for shooting up my ride. Ow. Big the cat forever. Alright. Big the cat fangirl. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, there's Dr. Eggman. Looks like he's up to his usual tricks. Big is so stupid, he's truly my spirit animal. Oh, really? Ah, no! Ah! Tilted the stage too far. Purple spiky thing's a bit of a tricky little get, isn't he? Moves so slowly, but he's heavily armored. Ah, good, we get to try again. Okay, good. Big blue rings! And we got a water shield. Bye-bye, gold thingy. Can't catch me. Whee! Ouch. Ah! What the hell is he dropping? Ouch. No! Not doing so well. No! Wow. Oh! A new roboticizer animation. With 0 rings left, you managed to get the win. The only damage when not spinning from the looks of it, yeah. I know that now. Oh, this is cryptic. Oh, you cheeky bastard. Music's damn good. It really is. Coral Garden. Okay, we've got an underwater episode. Oh, this is... Okay. Flowers that spawn bubbles. I like this. Gives you an air bubble that lasts a little bit longer than having to wait for the stupid things to keep popping up out of the ground. trouble is, they don't last very long. For that, you still need a water shield. So air is viable. Whole actors are underwater. That's possible. Let's see if we can get ourselves... That's not gonna do me any good! Got a fire shield. Okay, that was quick. I didn't think we'd be moving through the levels so quickly. Oh. Whee! Rockets underwater, because of course. They call them torpedoes. Oh, there's a Badnik that eats rings. Oh, it's got the Sonic CD countdown sound. I've always liked that one, it's a bit less obnoxious. Whoa. Yeah, destroying said Badnik releases the rings. I've tested out some new games before, chat, but I gotta say, this is the sort of thing I always look forward to. A new Sonic game of some kind. This really is a dream come true for me. Whee! Alright, I've had enough. Hopefully at some point we'll run into a water shield. Oh! You've got a cheek on you, don't you? See if we can get the fast sneakers. Definitely getting some Hydra City vibes from the music, chat. Which makes sense, I mean... No! Get off! Funny, reminds me of a post Pirate Nation said the other day. Asking if people were going to buy the new 5090 video card. I replied, hell no, because pixelated games don't use much VRAM, so my 4070 Ti will last me another 5 to 7 years. Ah! And I'm drowning! Whew. That was close. I have a headache with the next zone. Namely, the name. What do you mean? What's wrong with the name? What the? What is this? That's so weird. What kind of shield is this? A leaf shield? Hello, Mega Man? Yeah, that's a new one. Ah! Missed! The Sonic 3 Insta Shield in shield form. Yeah, I guess? No! Alright, big blue rings time. Yeah, Palladium, please don't complain about the outbreaks. We do have rules against that sort of thing. Ah! So after leaving the special stage when yeah, I'm just not sure what. Really not sure what the point is of the leaf shield. I guess we'll find out it soon. Eventually we'll get to the Act 1 boss. Eventually. A few brushes. Near misses with death here. I might be catching up with this bloke here. Come on. I hope that I'm going the right way. It looks that way. Good Lord. 303 rings. Oh no. Oh no, we've got a problem here. Ah! Felt like the game bugged. Yeah, that's possible. I mean, it is a demo. There we go. Alright. This all seems familiar. Right. Sonic Galactic, I hope you have a way to fix that lockup. Yeah, here's hoping. I'll get it all worked out. There we go, that worked. Music stopped. Just needs a respawn thing to put into its code to fix the rocket. Yeah. Not sure what killed the music though. I think we're about to encounter a boss. The Act 1 boss, specifically. Whee! Okay, blue shield. I mean, it's better than nothing. We'll take it. Yeah, there's the boss music. Ooh. He is on a rampage. We're in overtime now. Ow. Ah! Ah, now you're exposed. Ah! No! I don't have any rings left! Ah! Neat feature, if you made it to the Act Boss before 10 minutes, you're shoved into overtime. Yeah, it's no longer time over. Oh! No! Fuck! You're a stubborn one, aren't you? There you go. Oh shit, that one dude that kicked Bowser's ass at the Olympics. Welcome in, Brick. Animations are really smooth. They really are. Sonic Mania kind of forced everyone to step up the game. Ah, teleporter. Okay. Actual above water gardeny base. Less water than before Act 2. Yeah. Definitely getting aquatic run vibes. Oh, big bomber. So this island used to be inhabited. Don't know what by who, but Robotnik went there and said, "Yoink, mine now." Something like that. And then you do that in Sonic Frontiers and Superstars as well, plus Sonic Colors and the Wisp planets. What is this, a new Sonic game? Yeah, it's a new fan-made Sonic game called Sonic Galactic. And it's available, it's like the second demo. Free download. I'm loving it. quality, to be honest, yeah. Getting better at these drop dashes. Whoop. Find the switch for there's the other one. Obligatory beans. Ah. There we go. You're not eating away my rings. Okay, anytime you get into the ring of bubbles there, it refreshes the oxygen. I love that you can just glide on the water now. Ah! Get to the power-ups. Now, what's this? That's not using your head right. Whee! Ah! Okay, good. Did not die from fall damage. Now who's this lot? They're egg robos. Damn, that's a big eye. That it? No, that is not it. Come on. Almost done. Ouch! No! There. How are the fish able to flop around on dry land like that? How many torpedoes do they have? Yes. Luminosity. Oh, this is cool. The speed kicks R99. Just realized probably not the best idea to let those fish out on dry land, yeah. Oh, you've got the Sega Saturn logo there. Oh, that's neat. It can track your speed limit. Okay, so it's at 0. Gotta go fast. Chaos Cola, only 10 rings. I guess you can't get any Chaos Cola. Oh well. Oh, this is fun. I like this. Not a lot of baddies around, though, I noticed. It'd be cool if you could give 10 rings for, I don't know, power up or something, yeah. This way. No, this way. Which way am I supposed to go? Maybe up this way. Ouch. Egg TV. Ah. Lost a public telephone. That's if you can even find one. Oi, let me through, damn it. Alright, that was the thing. That was a thing. That was probably the thing of all time. Virtua Shop. Oh, what is this? There. Bubble Maker shield. Yeah, it's weird. There we go. No, wrong way. I can hear a nearby chat. Getting close, I think. Oh, good. Stop signs for the... There we go. Ah! Double power-ups. So I got an extra life, and I got blue rings. Oh. Concert stage, the rest of the battles. So, cameo by character from, was it Rocket Knight Adventures or something like that? Come on. Ah! Ah! Lost my shield. No! Oh, I gotta focus here, chat. No! That got him. Oof. I like the slot box, yeah. I have to head on, but thanks for the stream. Glad to be part of the community now. I hope you have a great night. Thank you, Lizzie. Good night. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the follow. Everything, really. Oh. Well, that was it then. For now. But hey, that was a lot for a demo. That was... what was that? About 2.5 total zones, yeah. That's really good. I think about the only thing that was missing from that last act was maybe a few more enemies roaming about. But then again, I wonder if that would disrupt the flow of the game too much, you know, slow it down. It's sort of like Stardust Speedway and Starlight Zone. You know, you'd love to be able to just run and roam, but it just kept getting interrupted by traps or by badniks or whatever. And yeah, but in this case, it was like, it was you're fairly free to roam. It's not easy to get lost, which is good. I don't know, this was really fantastic. Jedi, welcome in. Amazing music. I'd really love to know. I'd love to interview the devs for this and just find out, you know, it's like, How are you able to pull all of this off? This is just nothing short of incredible. And honestly, it's... Oh, Hatch Game Engine. There we go. Okay. See if you and Razor can do an interview on that one podcast thing he does. Yeah, there's a thought. Thank you for playing. Thank you, Debs, for making this. This is fantastic. Can't wait to see the full game. This honestly is the sort of game that we should have gotten for the Sega Saturn, but we never did. Yeah, this is fantastic. I love this. But I think for now... Let's see. Let's go ahead and update the... Watch party after? Don't know, Jedi. I may have something else happening post-stream. And plus, we're still not done streaming here. Okay, going to update this. Let's get Yakuza Kiwami 2 loaded up and ready to go. Another great Sega title. Today was chaotic because we had a non-team lead acting as the closing team lead for front end. Hey, but you made it though. Sigh. What's wrong, Shoko? Something upsetting you? Oh, Kiryu-san. I took your advice, you know. I entered my manga into that contest for Best New Artist. Oh, so you finished it, eh? When do you expect to hear back? Right, so, actually, the magazine is announcing the results in an issue that hits the sands today. Ah, that was quick. But if that's the case, why are you sitting in here when you could go find out if you won? Because I'm so nervous, I'm shaking. Kiryu-san, if you have the time, would you mind accompanying me to the bookstore? It feels so much better having you there. Shoko clearly needs some support right now. Sure. Well, your hands are jittering. I wonder if he could even hold the magazine. I'm sorry. This must seem ridiculous. Don't worry about it. Shall we get going? Yes, let's. Well, at least she's got the magazine. Never seen Shoko this flustered. You okay? If you want me to, I can look for you. No, I'm fine. I can do it. And? I didn't win. Oh, I see. What did I expect, though, right? It's only the first time I've ever tried. I did get my hopes up, though. Well, sometimes that's just how things shake out. Your next attempt will be even better, I'm sure. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Oh, sorry, Kiryu-san. I'm getting a call from an unknown number. Hello? Yes, this is her. Oh, I see. Wait, what? Yes, I can come now. I'm on my way. Thank you. What was all that about? My manga still has a chance. Wait, what do you mean? Apparently, there's the Best New Artist Award and a Judge's Choice Award, and my manga's still in the running for that one. But they want to talk to me in person, so I need to head over to the publisher's offices. Since Fallshine isn't open yet, do you think it'd be okay if I went? Yeah, no problem. Shall I come with you? You'd do that? Thank you so much. Of course. Let's go see this through. Hello, I'm Shoko. You called me earlier? Ah, Shoko-san. Nice to meet you. I'm Sakayama, the lead editor of this publisher. Nice to meet you too. And this is... Oh, just someone watching out for Shoko. Forget I'm here. Very well. Well, I owe you a bit of an explanation, so please step inside. I must say, Shoko-san, you're hardly the person I expected you to be. You had such great jokes in your manga, I thought you'd be one of those jokester types. She doesn't show it, but I guess Shoko really understands humor. Anyway, once again, thank you for your submission to the Best New Artist contest. Even though you didn't win that, your work was so good, we're considering it for the Judge's Choice Award instead. But thank you, sir. No, but the trouble is we have an incredible crop of entries this year, making it very difficult to decide. Why not give it to everyone, then? That would be great, but we only have so many pages in our magazine. Instead, I'd like to raise the bar with an additional challenge. Whoever wins this one will win the award. A challenge, sir? Yes. I'd like you to submit a new piece, one that depicts the thing you value the most. Something I value. And the deadline is by the end of today. Today? Yes. It's intentionally tight. We want to see how much soul each artist can bear under pressure. I look forward to seeing your work, Shoko-sensei. No pressure, right? Imagine a new submitted piece as a picture of Majima. That's almost too easy. Do all publishers make such unreasonable demands of their artists? This is a rough world. Oh, I'm sure it's not like this all the time. I think they just want to see if we have the same level of talent when the clock's ticking. I see. But I'm stumped. I need to draw what's most valuable to me. Something Shoko would value. Let's see. Something's wrong with the mouse here. Considering where she's at right now, this sounds perfect. Shoko, why don't we head back to Fallshine for a bit? Oh no, is that time already? No, there's plenty of time. But I feel like that's where you'll find your answer. Maybe you're right. No, off they go. Oh, clear path. Oh, ah! Sorry, Kana-chan, did I hurt you? You know what I just thought about? In animes, you sometimes hear a police or ambulance siren going off, yet you never see it. Also, that Nat 1 acrobatics roll. Hang on here. I'm fine, but seriously, how do you trip over your own 2 feet? Hey, can you two stop kicking up dust? You'll spoil the cake. Sorry, but what's the cake for, Yuki-san? Oh, it's one of our regulars' birthday today, and since he's celebrating it with us, I thought we'd make it special. Wow, talk about quality service. Yep. Yuki-san, You know, this says salt, not sugar, right? You didn't use this, did you? Wait, what? Oh, cake! For us? Nice. Yeah. Blech. Why is it so salty? Yeah, you use the salt. Salty or not, it's baked with lots of love. Too bad it tastes like hatred. Well, there's nothing for it. I'll just have to make it again. I can't serve something to clog a regular's arteries, after all. I don't think this is wise. What about my arteries? Koyuki-chan, Kana-chan, Aika-chan. Time is not on my side. I need you all in the kitchen, please. Oh, man. Just another day at full shine. I think she's got it. What I value the most. Got it. Somewhere I feel like I can be myself. So I've seen. There. That looks great, Shoko. I felt great drawing it too. I know I'm somewhere I can be myself, where I'm accepted for who I am, and among friends who care. That's what Foreshine is to me. I had a hunch coming here might work. If it's okay with you, I'll go turn this in. Of course. Don't pull the Kyuki and trip on the way. I won't. Yo, Aika? It's the best smile I've seen on you yet, girl. You think so? Something's up with the mouse here. Hang on, chat, sorry. Recenter the mouse. I don't know what's going on. Let's see. Oh, that's right, we have Yuki now. We need all of our platinum hosts for this one. Hostesses. This is good. Let's see if we can do... Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, my deepest apologies for the wait. It's time for the Cabaret Club Grand Prix Finals. I'm your host, Godro Majima. He's really owning this, isn't he? Yeah, he doesn't take half measures. In this corner, the Cabaret Grand Prix Grand Champion, the Sword and Body Sunshine. Featuring the legendary hostess Kirara, this club's world-famous establishment is one with real clout. In the other corner, the challengers, Soten Body Shine. Today, they aim to take down a legend, but have they got the skills to pay those bills? Kirara-chan. Yuki-san. It's taken a long time, but I'm glad we're finally doing this. To truly become a legend, I need to beat you. The hostess world can only speak of one legend. It's going to be me. It's never been about the status for me, but I can't lose all the same. The path I've walked, the girls I've worked alongside, the customers who loved us, I'll prove them right. They both had that stare like they want to kill each other, but they have to be polite about it. Oh yes, but that's all women. This is where it ends, Kanzaki. You're just a motley collection of drifters. With or without the inside sources, we're stronger. Now, we'll show you. Let's get this Cabaret Club battle started! Got some problems with controls here, chat. Is this a cabaret show or a Tekken battle? Yes. Oh shit. We'll catch up. Swap the ashtray. There we go. Session extended. Cool. Okay. Whew. Guess that's gracious send-off. Gracious send-off. Oh man, we are so far behind. This is bad. This is really, really bad. Okay, that's good. I don't think we're going to win this one. If I'm able to restart, I mean, I can go as many times as I need to until I win, but fuck's sake. Oh shit, okay. Which button, which button, which button? Woo. No, not even close. Damn. Well, everyone's still leveled up. That's good. And the winner is Sotenbori Sunshine, a successful defense of their title. We lost. No problem, we just need to come back stronger next time. This one's tough. Yeah, it is. Kana and you are absent. Oh, that really took a lot out of everyone. Different lineup tonight. Okay, now it seems like the controller's working the way it's supposed to. Not going well. Bribe them. Bribe them with gifts. You're getting bribed with a gift. And you're getting bribed with a gift. Using an 8-bit too might just be a thing that need to unplug the dongle and plug it back in. Bribes for everyone! Come on, come on. There we go. More bribes, more bribes. So many bribes. What the hell? Oi, no photos. Get your bloody camera phone away, you idiot. There we go. Few seconds left. Oil Baron, here we go. Damn it. Okay, top girls. They're ready to go. We're doing this again. Go to Watanabe. Alright, try again. If I'm going to keep your title, I'll beat you back as many times as it takes. Then we'll be back. For Shine, let's open for business. Let's get this cabaret club battle started.
負けらんねえな。宿命の最終決戦、ついにスタートや。戦いの火蓋が切って落とされたで。よろしく頼むよ。かわいいな。
楽しんでいってください。
美人だね。
どうもね。
かわいいね。
What the hell? Bug in the game. No! What the fuck is wrong with this thing? What happened? It keeps bugging out on me. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Please extend your session, please. Thank you. Okay, now what do you need? Ladies glass, there you go. Okay. We don't need the animation. Move. Go. Go, go, go.
かわいいな。
今日は楽しみましょうね。
いらっしゃいませ。
また来ちゃったよ。
いいよ。盛り上がってきちゃったよ。
ようこそ放射員へ。
面白いね君。
すみません。
お会計ですね。
Gracious send off.
お願いします。ありがとう。本気で行くわ。
ようこそ。
Damn it!
かわいいな。
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
ありがとうございます。
放射員フィーバータイムだ。よ
2分経過。
うこそ。
最後
お会計です。
Gracious send off. Come on. Come on.
ありがとうございました。今日は楽しみましょう。
いいじゃないか。
いらっしゃいませ。
素敵だよ。
お待ちしておりました。
いいんだな。
お願いします。
助けを求めてるみたいや
What do we need? Menu. Got it.
店長のさりげないフォロー。ようこそ。
残り時間はあとわずかや。
いいな。
いらっしゃいませ。
かわいい。
本気で行くわ。
No! Fuck! No!
ありがとうございました。
大ピンチが。
いらっしゃいませ。
いいよ最高だよ。
放射員
お待ちして
ついに500万円突破や。おっといかにもお金持ちな客がご来店。行くぜ。パーティーはこれか。
Shit.
あのだ。ありがとうございます。
楽しいですね。放射員最
カッタンはどこのドイツへ。
What do we do? Damn, we got closer this time, but... Fuck. Ah. It's the guest number. For some reason, they're getting double the number. Yeah. I'll keep trying, though. Ah, they're all exhausted now. Let's see. Let's try with this one.
いらっしゃいませお客様。
いらっしゃいませ。
ようこそフォーシャイン。
盛り上がっていきましょう。
いいねいいね。
いらっしゃいませ
なるほど。
お客様。
素敵だよ君。
いらっしゃいませ。
かわいいな。
いらっしゃいませ
また来ちゃったよ。
Alright, they're finally in. That's good, that's good.
盛り上がりましょう。
面白いね君。
ようこそ
また来ちゃったよ。
フォーシャイン。
盛り上がるね。盛り上がってきた。
よろしくお願いします。
美人だな。
Alright, big smiles. Everyone's happy, everyone's happy.
お願いします。
いらっしゃいませ
求めてるみたいやが。キリュウちゃんがナイスサポートや。
Alright, ladies glass.
素敵です。面白いです。
楽しいよ。
盛り上がりましょう。
1分経過。
フォーシャインフォーシャインフィーバータイムだ。
楽しい。
お待たせしました。
面白いね君。
お願いします。
フォーシャイン
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
延長お願い。
ご延長ありがとうございます。
Yeah.
助けを求めてるみたいやが。
Ladies
そのさりげ
glass.
ないフォロー。
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
Kind extension, but very satisfied. Good.
お願いします。ありがとうございます。
いらっしゃいま
助けを求めてるみたいやが。
Ladies glass.
店長のさりげないフォロー。
なるほど。お待たせし
フ
ました。
ォーシャイン。すごいタイプだ。
フォーシャインフィーバータイムだ。
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
That's good, that's good.
また来てくださいね。
お会計ですね。
There we go. Bribe them.
また来て。
ようこそ
また来ちゃったよ。
フォーシャイン
楽しいな。
いらっしゃいませ。お願いします。
お会計ですね。
Very good.
お会計ですね。
また来てください。絶対また来てください。
ようこそ
ここで2分が経過。
お願いします。
助けを求めてるみたいやが。
盛り上がりましょう。
ろしく。
間違
じゃあやってもうだな。
Shit.
いらっしゃいませ。
楽しくいこうか。盛り上がって
素敵だよ。お願いします。いらっしゃいませ。
ピチやな。
お会計ですね。
お願いします。お願いします。
助けを求めてるみたいやが。
We need
店長のさりげないフォロ
refill the ice bucket. Okay, good.
絶対また来てください。
いらっしゃいませ。お客様。
ー。最高やな。
フォーシャインフィーバータイムだ。
よろしくお願いし
か
ます。
わいいな。残り時間わずか。スパートかけるや。
ようこそフォーシャイン
いいよ。盛り上がってきた。
お お待たせしました。
かわいいやないか。
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
ありがとうございました。
当社員。
素敵です。いらっしゃいませ。
美人だな。
Okay, almost out of time. Probably going to have an oil bet in.
超お金持ちのお
Yep.
客様のご来店。当社員夢の見せ所。
パーティーはこれからだ。ありがとうございます。
楽しいですね。当社員最高。大爆やで。
Alright, not a bad night. Let's see. Let's try this league over here, the executive league.
いらっしゃいませ。
体育だよ君。
Need to cross my numbers on that one.
いらっしゃいませ。お客さん。
盛り上がっていきましょう。
Okay, we'll take kind of a meh reaction.
ようこそ。
また来ちゃったよ。
当社員。
盛り上がってきちゃった。最高だよ。
よろしくお願いします。
いらっしゃいませ。
また来ちゃったよ。楽しいよ。
よろしくお願いします。
Oh, stop your groaning.
ようこそ。当社員。
ここで1分が経過しました。
盛り上がりましょう。
This is what we got.
助けを求めてるみたいやが。
What we need?
店
Guest
長のさりげない
glass.
フォロー。
いらっしゃいませ。お客さん。
素敵ですよ。
当社員50万円突破や。いいねいいね。
当社員。フィーバータイムだ。
Alright. Not bad. Come on.
おっと何かあったんかい。
そういった行為
No
は
scouting.
バッと解決したで。
お会計ですね。
延長で頼む。
ご延長ありがとうございます。
Excellent.
当社員売り上げが100万円突破。
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
分経過。最後まで油断はでき
We'll
ない。
start the time.
お会計ですね。
Right, very good.
絶対また来てください。
最高だよ。
お願いします。盛り上がりましょう。
外れかな。お会計ですね。
延長お願い。
ご延長ありがとうございます。
Nice, okay.
ソーシャインフィーバータイムだ。いらっしゃいませ。お客様。お会計ですね。
Good, good, good.
ありがとうございました。いらっしゃいませ。お願いします。
お会計ですね。
Good. Everyone's very satisfied, very happy.
いらっしゃいませ。
Let's give you a different go here.
ソーシャイン
盛り上がってきちゃったよ。
お願いします。
お会計ですね。
延長お願い。
ご延長ありがとうございます。
よろしくお願いします。
面白いね君。
Go. Get back a bit in the fever time.
ソーシャイン
Ow.
フィーバータイムだ。
いいよ。
お待たせしました。お願いします。
お会計ですね。
また来てな。ありがとう。
Oh, there's the oil baron.
行くぜ。パーティーはこれからだ。
Oh, shit.
楽しい。楽しい。
Damn it.
申し訳ありませんでした。
退屈です。
タイムアップやで。
Okay, I think we've got enough here that we can... We may have enough funds now. I think we can try again. Okay, let's see. Max. Max. Let's go with that. Yeah, okay. I think this will be a good lineup. Let's go with this. And then championship. Come on.
負けらんねえ
Come
な
on.。
宿命の最終決戦。ついに
スタートや。果たして新チャンピオンは誕生するのか。
そうしない。
最高や。
よろしくお願いします。
タイプだよ君。
いらっしゃいませ。お客様。
盛り上がってきちゃったよ。助けを求めてるみたいや
You
が。
need? What do you need? What do you need? Refill the ice. You got it. No! Fuck, no!
いらっしゃいませお客さん。いいな。
盛り上がりましょう。いいねいいね。
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
ようこそ当社員。
当社員50万円突破や。
今日は楽しみましょう。
美人さんだな。
ようこそ当社員。
助けを求めてるみたいやが。
What do you need? Ladies glass.
助けを求めてるみたいやが。キリュウちゃんがナイスサポートや。
Ladies glass, okay.
キリュウちゃんがナイスサポートや。1分経過。ここからどうなるんや。
Come on.
今日は盛り上がろう。
じゃないか。当社員売り上げが100万円。
いらっしゃいませ。
よろしく頼むよ。かわいいな。
当社員フィーバータイムだ。
いらっしゃいませ。
かわいいね。
Only one of them hit fever time. Damn it.
助けを求めてるみたいやが。キリュウちゃんがナイ
Menu,
スサポー
good,
トや。
okay.
お願いします。
いらっしゃいませ。
また来
お
たよ。
会計ですね。
またお話ししてみます。
盛り上がってきた。
よろしくお願いします。
だね。
ようこそ当社員お会計ですね。
延長で。
ご延長ありがとうござい
Okay,
ます。
good.
敵だよ。
どうもです。
当社員フィーバータイムだ。
キリュウちゃんがナイスサ
For
ポ
the
ートや。
ice. Okay.
助けを求めてるみたいやが。店長のさりげないフォロー。
Menu, okay, good. Oh, please, we gotta hit fever time again soon.
お会計ですね。
Fuck.
ありがとうございました。
2分経過。最後まで油断はできへんで。
お会計ですね。
Please extend, please extend. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
いらっしゃいませ。
また来ちゃったよ。かわいいね。
これはいかが？またよ
当社員フィーバータイムだ。
ろしく。
かわいいな。
Okay. Didn't hurt us as badly that time.
当社員
ようこそ
ついに500万円突破。
お会計ですね。お会計ですね。
Gracious send off, slightly more fans. Good, good, good. We're getting close. We're getting close. We're getting close.
助けを求めてるみたいやが。
What? What is it? What is it? Menu.
店長
Give
の
her a
さりげ
menu.
ないフォロー。
当社員へようこ
かわいいな。残り時
いらっしゃいませ。
間わずか。
Come on, come on, come on.
そ。よろしくお願いします。
いいじゃないか。
当社員の売り上げが絶好調や。
当社員
Good, good, good. It's like you want the ability to tap the button to make the number go higher, but there's no tap button. Raiders, welcome in. Razor Wind. Breach and clear. Tactical Wolf Raid. Ah, shit. Hang on a minute. I'll get you a shout out. Oh, thank you, Action. Played Conan Exiles, got a server for the game. Nice. Everyone, please go follow Razor. Hopefully this did it. Did this do it? Did we win? Did we win? Did we win? Yes! We won! Ah! Building an outpost for the new players who came into the server. Nice. Nicely done. Will, welcome in, welcome in. Alright, hang on a second. Let me do the other one. Not. Right, thank you. Yes, absolutely. Okay, Raiders. Now that I can actually pause and give you my full attention, my name is Lord Rexworth. I'm an English nobleman VTuber, and we just wrapped up the last bit of the Hostess Club management here in Yakuza Kiwami 2. But yes, thank you all so much. If you need to get up and stretch, grab something to eat, something to drink, usual after-stream care, please feel free to do so. But yes, thank you again so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And the winner is... Sotenbori Fullshine. Oh, that's excellent. Oh, and thank you for the Hydrate Redeem action. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. Oh, hell yeah. We really did it. Yay. We did it, Yuki-san. Yeah, we did. So thanks to you guys, too. And you too, Kiryu-san. You did great, Yuki-san. Our new Grand Champion is born today. A job well done, Fullshine. I lost, Yuki-san. Kirara-chan. Yuki-san, you deserve to be the legend that you are. Looking at you tonight, I saw the same dream I used to chase. I think the title and the status may have gone to my head. I still have so much left to learn. Not at all. You were amazing out there, Kirara-chan. It's only because of you that we had to push ourselves so hard. Thank you for a great match. Yuki-san, likewise. A handshake shared between two legends of the biz. Emotions are running raw tonight, folks. How goes Yakuza? It's going rather well. I've been really wanting to finish this particular portion of the game. This is a game almost unto itself, really. Impossible. I practically sold my soul to the devil to come this far, and now I've lost. Kanzaki-kun, it's time to come clean. Why did you push us out of Sunshine? Why did you take it over like that? I remember a time when you were an earnest worker. A little serious sometimes, but you always put the customer first. Sometimes the darkest path is the most convenient, I guess. What do you mean? In my time at Sunshine, I made a foolish mistake and co-signed a loan for a friend. It saddled me with massive debt. A financial advisor I went to suggested that buying out cabaret clubs would be an easy way to recoup. I see. All I had to do was force out the girls making the most money and jeopardize the club's bottom line to lower its value. At first it felt wrong, but it paid so well and it was so easy to do I was able to justify it. It was going so smoothly it was hard to feel guilt anymore. I was even considered a safe bet by investors. They told me if I could buy out the Sunshine, they'd invest in what would become the Kanzaki Group. I didn't even think twice that I would be betraying my own employers. It was an obsession at that point. I may have been the owner of the Kanzaki Group, but it's not like the investors were patiently waiting for their returns. It was a constant struggle to stay afloat. I gave in to one too good to be true scheme after another. Kanzaki-kun, be careful with success, Yuki-san. You'll end up like me, embraced by the cold, false hands of financial independence. Fortunately, that's not possible for me. Huh? You're right. Those temptations are dangerous, and they're ever present too. It's easy to reach out to them. Even I've been tempted by some awful schemes. I don't claim to be a saint. But you know why I never gave in? Because I'm too proud of the work I do. Of the club. Of the girls. Of the staff. Too proud. I owe a lot to this job. It showed me who I was. But more importantly, who I could become. I love my work. So no matter how easy the money or how simple my life might become, I would never disgrace my club to do it. Yuki. So I'll be the change I want to see. I'll prove work isn't just a shortcut to wealth or to some final escape. If I don't, it wouldn't be fair to all the girls who put their dreams on the line to work for us, right? Yuki-san. Hostesses sell dreams to their customers to make their own come true. And if the club doesn't have their back, we don't deserve them at our tables. Right on. That a girl. Selling dreams, eh? You think you can see through that forever? You think you can see that through forever? My hands are permanently stained. I will be back to challenge you. To tear down those lofty words and ideals. Kanzaki-kun, if you still want to try after you start over from scratch, I'll be here. Bring it. Yuki-san, that was the coolest thing you've ever said. I'm not cut out for being cool. It's exhausting. All the same, that was really well said, Yuki-san. Was it? Pretty badass, Yuki-chan. Well, once more for the folks back home. Full Shine is the new Grand Champ. I've just been told Kanzaki and Buono have been arrested for their crimes. That settles that, eh?
Yeah.
Nothing ever settles in this business. Just like Yuki said, there's always someone looking for a quick way to win. Ugh, really, Kiryu-san. Tired of having to fight for my club. You'll keep fighting. You love it too much. Hey, come on. We gotta get ready for our Grand Prix challenges, right? You always take this long with your makeup, Kirada-san? I think I'm about average. Makeup is as much a weapon as a smile, Aika-chan. Since when is 2 hours average? That's long even for me. Oh, I had a pudding cup over here. Anyone seen it? I ate it, Kana-chan. Oh, okay. Wait, what? You can't just eat other people's pudding cups, Yua-chan. Come on, guys, get it together. We're gonna open. What a shameful display. Oh, Yuki-san. You'll discover how easy it is to stay calm if you prepare for the evening in advance, like me. Our hostess is 80% prep, 20% improv. Keep that ratio in mind, you'll be legends in no time. Yuki-san, you're still wearing slippers. I am? Oh, crap. Yuki-san. 2 hours sounds like my wife when she's putting makeup on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Cabaret Club Grand Prix. Today begins Club Bullshine's stint as the new Grand Champion. The finest club with a lineup of knockouts. Is this the end of the story, or merely the beginning? The Cabaret Club world will have to keep both eyes on this place for sure. Everybody ready? Let's go out there and be ourselves today. Could have said anything else. Could have said, let's go out there and kick some ass. Or, let's go out there and totally dominate and win. No, it's, let's go out there and be ourselves today. That doesn't really have as much of an impact, Kiryu, but, you know, A for effort. Maybe they didn't expect people to get this far. Maybe. Yeah, the man with the plan. I'm going all out. Why does this feel like Starship Troopers? I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part. Ha 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 ha. Should we do the thing? Oh, good idea. You're in too, right, Kiryu-san? Yeah, just this once. Okay, on my count. 1,
2, 3.
It's a bit cringe, but, you know, also kind of wholesome. Alright, Kadado's joined. Fantastic. But, I mean, that's it. We've won. Oh, you haven't seen cringe yet. Not here, but in Final Fantasy XIV with the Hildebrand quest. Oh. Right, main storyline. Let's go. I'm going to... Oh, it's you, Sugar. If it's Karu you're after, she ain't here. Where is she? Don't know what's got her down, but I think she's out drinking at one of those bars again. What she got does drink at your bar. Ducks into a bar, drowns his sorrows that way. They all know her by name, but I couldn't tell you which one. I can think of a few bars she might be at. I'll check around. Gonna be Lurkins though, nearly 1 on my end. I'll be running on fumes at the moment. Gonna need to get some sleep. It's alright, action. No worries. And today sure can put 'em back. Back in the day, girls had some sense of restraint. They hardly touched the stuff. Today's women are ordering another drink before they finish the first. Oh. Ah! They disappeared. Ah, the still shot bar. Or Stigil. Or however the hell you pronounce this thing. Stigil. Still.
Boy.
A woman named Sayama here. Oh, Karu-san. She left not long ago. Said she was heading out to the river. She's hoping to relax a little. Okay, thanks. Actually, you know what? I'd like a drink. The only thing we haven't consumed yet. One of everything.
うまいな。さあ、行くか。
ありがとうございました。
Oh yeah, I'm sloshed. I'm already not moving straight. Oh, you want a piece of this? Oh, shit. There we go, good old-fashioned fisticuffs. See you later, Rex. Got work early in the morning, needs sleep. Totally understand, Razor. Thank you again for the raid. Take care. Hang on.
Kiryu-san.
Oh, Kiryu-san. It's Beam and I'm Izawa, you know, from Mars Fighters. I'm looking for part-time work so we can save money and enter the Grand Prix of Gags, but no dice. Worst part is, Kitagawa says he's going to shave me bald as a little piggy if I don't get work soon. You got anything for me? We absolutely do. Good night, you two. Enjoy Yakuza. Yeah, thank you. Sleep well, and hey, good luck at work tomorrow, too. Excuse me, you wouldn't happen to know who I am, would you? No. Sorry, no idea. Right, yeah, of course you don't. Should have known. What am I going to do? What's wrong? I was walking down the stairs when I took a real bad tumble. I think I ended up losing all my memories in the process. Been flagging down everyone who walks by since. There's got to be someone in this town who knows me, you know? Maybe, but I'm not that someone. Damn it! How am I ever going to get my memory back? Feels like there was something real important I had to do today, too. Do you think there's any way I can get better? Let me hit you. Gotta punch you a few times, you know, maybe the impact around your brain wiring, get you back on track. Man, that's brilliant! Go for it, hit me! Right in the old noggin. That was a joke. You checked your pockets for anything that might help you remember? Oh, let me take a look. Got some kind of note. What does it say? 10 mil, end of day today. Wait, like I won the lottery or something? Maybe it's a reminder for me to collect my earnings. That's certainly an optimistic way of looking at a note like that, but it does sound important. I gotta remember ASAP then. Come on, man, give me a good whack or two. I won't sue you or nothing, promise. You sure? Alright. Guess some problems just need to be solved with your fists. But don't blame me if this ends up hurting you more than it helps, alright? Thanks a ton, buddy. Here, let me thank you in advance. Nice! I'm getting paid 20,000 yen to hit someone. But just make sure you don't kick my ass, okay? You gotta do something to send a real shock up to my brain, alright? Or a shock, eh? Alright. In that case, make sure you fight back, too. It will really look bad to anyone watching this. Come on. Come on. Over here. There we go. I was going to throw him in the river, but I guess... How you doing, huh? I asked you to shock me, not to beat the living crap out of me. What am I going to do? Hey, sorry about before. Come on, you're the only guy I can ask. Will you please help me? Make sure you don't kick my ass, okay? You gotta do something that send a real shock up to my brain, alright? A shock, eh? Alright. I guess we just keep going. I mean, I haven't beaten him into a coma yet. A shock? That should work. Yeah. Well, did that work? I remember everything. It's all coming back. And that was a reminder to off somebody by the end of the day if I wanted to collect my 10 mil. Wait, what? And that somebody is right in front of me. You're a dead man, Kazuma Kiryu. No. Okay, so we're gonna do this then. Alright. Come on. Come on, big boy. Come on. Come on. That's it, that's it. Just like that. Just like that. Trying to throw him in the river and it won't let me. Oh my gosh, another raid! Raiders, welcome in! Fey Nightshade! A wolf pup raid! We had a tactical wolf raid and now a wolf pup raid. Hang on just a moment, I'll get your shout outs. Raiders, welcome in if it's your first time here. I'm Lord Rexworth, I'm an English nobleman VTuber. And we are playing some Yakuza Kiwami 2. Never going to get to sleep at this rate. No, but seriously, thank you all so much. How was your stream? You're playing Power World. How's that going? I think they had an update recently with Power World. Did you download it? How's that working out? But yeah, Raiders, if you need to, usual after stream care, totally understand. If you need to raid and run, get up and stretch, get up and eat, get up and drink, whatever you need. But thank you so much. Oh, wait. What am I doing here? Why does it feel like I'm forgetting something? Excuse me, you wouldn't happen to know who I am, would you?
Yeah.
No clue. Oh, alright. Sorry for asking out of the blue like that. Wait, what was I doing? That man is going to get dementia before he's 40. It's fun. My husband's farther ahead of me and into the update. May and I had to restart because we're in a VTuber family Discord, but Soda's walking me through it to try to be efficient. Oh, fantastic. I'm glad the updates are enhancing the enjoyability of the Power World experience. Also, how is it without the PAL spheres? I'm told they took those away. Oh, they didn't take them away. Oh, I thought they had taken them away because of some court action or something. Oh, the court thing is still in progress. Ouch. You can work for it all you like, you're not going to get it. Into the drink you go. Once I get a cool off, pal. Get up. Those over the electrical shocks don't kill you. Lady, you're a cop. You flash the badge, you'll be fine. Right, because it's always that easy to outrun the Osaka police.
どうしたんだ。
いや、私たちなんか変だなと思ってね。
ん？
ねえ、今夜空いてる？
ああ。
ちょっと遊びたい気分なんだけど、付き合ってくれる
？Yeah, be advised, chat. Japanese women are not this forward. I think what she's doing would be considered manners-wise a bit of a faux pas. But, you know, tough police lady, blah blah blah. They sure go back on the boardwalk quick, lol. We're gonna need a montage, montage. Even Rocky had a montage, a montage. We're gonna need a montage, montage. Yeah, you know you're gonna have to pay for that. Wow. Not cool, lady, not cool. Yeah, that's totally unrealistic. She'd be out there for at least 2 or 3 hours before she finally got that bloody teddy bear. Oh, the premium malts. Good stuff.
Oh, お前さっきも飲んでいたんじゃないのか？
運動の後の一杯はちょっとちゃうねんな。
Well, that's why she was so forward. I forgot she's drunk.
ああ、ここいいでしょう。今日付き合ってもらったお礼や。本当はうちしか知らん秘密の場所やねんけど、今日は特別に教えてあげるわ。
3 dozen beers later.
いい気分だ。
もうちょっと飲むやろ？買ってくるわ。
ん？悪い。気が利くんだな。
無理して褒めたってビール以外出てこんよ。
別に無理したわけじゃねえよ。
何言うてんの？うちはね、そういうおだてとかお世辞は好きちゃうし。
Maybe.
本当に素直にそう思っただけだ。
せやからさっきも言うたけど、褒めても何も出てきえへんよ。
Yeah, try harder, pal.
案外可愛いんだな。
あのな、うちは今まで優しく
Sunday
言われた
alert.
こともないし、可愛いなんて言われたこともない。男勝りで、現場でもうちが乗り込んだらみんな引いてるわ。せやからあんたが言うてることが嘘やってことくらい分かってるし、そんな言葉言うてもらうためにここに連れてきたわけやな。
そいつらには分からねえだけなのさ。
I'm so tough. I'm so tough. She's holding a teddy bear.
お前が刑事である以前に女だってことがさ。周りが何て言おうと気にするな。人間、自分らしくいることが一番大切なんじゃねえの。
Hope I'm feeling better tomorrow. Oh, what's wrong?
今のお前は周り気にして突っ張ることに必死で自分自身を見失っちまってるんじゃねえのか。世の中にはお前のいいところを大切にしてくれるやつだってきっといるはずだ。どうした？
行こう。ちょっと酔っ払ったわ。うちはね、そういう女としての幸せってやつは求めないことに決めたんや。そりゃ好き好んでそう考えたわけやないけど、でもそう考えてきたからこそここまで来れた。そして今の自分がある。その気持ちは誰にもわからへん。
Well, it made you into a tsundere.
私にしか。
ああ、そうだな。
え？
俺はお前の過去の全ては知らねえ。でも俺は誰が何と言おうと本当のお前は優しい人間だって思ってるぜ。おせっかいだったかもしれねえが、一人の男の意見として覚えておいてくれ。
あんたって不思議な人
Camping
や
all
ね。
day, had a stomachache and pain. Oh, I'm
本当
sorry,
にヤクザやっ
Raya.
たのが信じられへん。
だから言ったろ。人から見た印象なんてその程度のものだってことだ。酔っ払ったんだろう。帰るか？
え？あ、うん、そうやね。
俺はもうちょっとここで星を見てるよ。
え？じゃあうちも。
明日は生き残りの男と会わなきゃいけないんだろう。今日はしっかり休め。それに俺は逃げも隠れもしねえよ。
そういうことやなくて。
今夜は俺に借りがあるはずだろう。素直に言うことを聞け。
そう。わかった。じゃあ今日はママのところに行くわ。
葵か？
うん。じゃあ明日の朝10時、橋の上で待ってるわ。
わかった。
ねえ。ありがとう。
That's kind of cute. My goodness. It's our third raid tonight. Raiders, welcome in. Resort. You are, my friend. How are you? How was your stream? Let's get you some shout-outs. Ah, playing Resident Evil 6. Sussy and chaotic raid up in here. Well, Raiders, if it's your first time here, I'm Lord Rexworth. I'm an English nobleman VTuber, and we're playing Yakuza Kiwami 2. We finished the club management portion of the game, and yeah, now we're back on the main storyline. Incoming double raid. What? Double raid by... who? What? Well, anyway. Yeah, anyways, if you need to do the usual after stream care, get up and stretch, eat, drink, need to read and run, totally understand. How's your night been? It's been alright. I'm actually shocked that I've made it this long on a Friday night. Usually I don't go this long, but covered a lot of ground tonight. Did the news, tested out a demo of a new fan-made Sonic game, and yeah, now we're here at Yakuza Kiwami 2. But yeah, how you been, Resort?
No.
Oh, there's the other one. Sakura, welcome in. I guess you two were playing Resident Evil 6 together. The Foxy Sakura raid. Hell yeah. Yep. Playing Resident Evil 6. Well, how was that? How'd you both do? Lord Rex, hello, hello. It was fun. That's good. That's good. Yeah, she made me die a lot. Yeah, I think Sakura tends to do that a bit. You know, when she's not setting herself on fire accidentally in Power World. I still remember that. Anyways, Sakura, Resort, thank you both for the raids. Oh, don't cry, Sakura. It's all in good humor. Hey. I mean... oh, my. Goodness gracious me. Thank you both for the raids very much. And everybody, again, after stream care, please do it. And, yeah, I guess we're going to be going for a little while longer then. In the biz, right? Sure you are, I can tell. Got something I want to ask you. Are you talking to me? Have you played all the Yakuza games and the Judgment games? Most of them I have played through previously. I've not played through all the Judgment games yet, but I do have Judgment and Lost Judgment. And, let's see, the only ones I haven't played through recently from the Yakuza side of things, is Ishin, The Man Who Erased His Name, and Infinite Wealth. And of course now we've got yet another Yakuza game coming out, and that's the Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, which, that looks really fucking awesome, man. I'm really looking forward to that one. Anyways, I'm looking for something. You know Tatsu, yeah? Can you tell me how to find him? Same here. I know, it just looks like so much fun. Tatsu? Who's that? Look, you don't gotta play dumb with me. I'm looking for something extra deadly. I'll pay you the big yen for whatever you know. I really don't have any idea what you're talking about. Is this Tatsu a weapons dealer or something? Ah, never mind. You ain't gonna tell me I'll find someone who will. Oh, Oh, I'm curious about this Tatsu guy myself. If I went down to the footpath, maybe I can get some more details from him.
Oi, oi!
Tell me what you know about Tatsu, you dumpster diving piece of shit. Oh, got the foggiest idea what you're talking about. Who is this Tatsu you keep asking for? Well, that ain't that chump from earlier. I told you, forget it. You're the one who approached me, remember? Look, I don't got time for you to be giving me the third degree. I'm pissed off enough trying to search for leads here. Keep it up, I'm gonna have to tear you a new one. Try me. So, you want to throw down, eh? Nice knowing you, pal. This is the end of the line. More like the end of the road for you. Now that you've had a chance to cool off, take a nice bath, tell me what I want to know. Shit, man, you're built like a ton of bricks. Fine. Don't tell nobody you heard it from me, alright? Rumor goes, this Tatsu fellow say you're practically anything. But you gotta have an in from one of his regulars. People say he's got the real good shit. Illegal, dangerous. You know the deal. Beyond all that, they say he's operating out of soot and body. No clue where, but he's close. I can almost smell the guy. That's all I got for you. I'm out of here. Joke's on you, watching you play this is my after-stream care. Alright, fair enough. You got a good head on your shoulders, buddy. Maybe I can do something for you. That thug was a real thorn in my ass, sniffing around about Tatsu and all. Just about took a swing at me, he did. Don't know if this will help you, but I'll introduce you to someone special. Someone who knows more about Tatsu. Man goes by Kinoshita, up north of Bishamon Bridge. He'll tell you what you want to know. So you knew all along. Thanks, old man. Alright. Kinoshita. That's our man. And there's our man. With a really cool drawing of a dragon. Looks similar to Kiryu's tattoo. Love how the Yakuza games are serious, but also not serious. Indeed. Don't do it, old man.
何すんねん。あんた、それを捨てたら後悔するんじゃねえのか。何やと？それ、入れ墨の下絵だろ。しかも、普通の図柄じゃねえ。なんであんたそれを？ひょっとして筋もんか。まあ、近いところだ。兄ちゃん、うちによって茶の一杯でも飲んでけや。
It's a bit refreshing, someone asking, inviting over for tea, rather than a drink. Everybody's been so eager to get the booze on, it's like, why not just some good old-fashioned tea time? But perhaps that's just the Englishman in me talking.
あいつに見つからんようにしまっとけや。
はい。
Who is he? Who doesn't love tea? Exactly. You don't like tea, there's something wrong with you. Name's Kazuhori IV, Master Tattooist. I've had my practice here in Osaka about as long as I can remember. I owe you one, son. You're basically the top artist in Kansai, as I've heard it. Oh, you've heard of me? Yes, from the master who did the piece on my back. Your back, eh? Certainly has some weight to it. An artist named Utabori II inked it. Utabori? The Utabori? You know him? Of course I know it. Tattoos may span the globe over, but it's a small world. You've got to be a master. Your name will get to be a master. Your name will get around. So can I ask why you're about to throw that design away? Oh, that.
これはうちの一家に伝わる竜の指定でな。代々風振りを継承したもんにしか惚れんしろもんや。
交流か。
よう知っとるな。そう。
Beautiful
獅子の
design.
蝶と呼ばれる伝説の竜。交流や。
The design's actually a bit of a family heirloom, passed down for generations. Then why would you throw it away? Well... Ah! What was that? What happened, Akina? Master, Satoshi was just here, and he took the design. What? It was stolen? Yes, but we know who did it. It was the Master's first student. Wait, what's going on? This damn war of succession is the reason I'm trying to be rid of that accursed piece. A succession war, eh? Let me fill you in. I'm actually looking to retire soon. I was thinking Akina here we would take up the name. Ah, that's right. The world of tattoos is a world of men. And Satoshi, my older pupil, didn't take too kindly to the idea. Well, yeah, understandably so. You're going against tradition in such a blunt, forced way. No wonder he recoiled at it. Satoshi is the thief? Yes, and he's 10 years my senior. Considering the world you come from, I'm sure you understand the importance of seniority, yes? Imagine someone 10 years your junior, passing you up, and she's a woman at that. His pride and his ego are wounded. But you're naming Akina as your successor because she's better, right? That's right. There's an art to tattoos that goes beyond simple skill or techniques. You're not a master until you can see your client's fates in the ink of your work. Satoshi's just not there yet. Master, but I don't... I know. Unfortunately, the other part of this little war is that Akina is not willing to take the name. Why not? She won't tell me either. But even if she won't take it, I'm not about to hand it to Satoshi like some kind of consolation prize. He's not ready to be Kazuhori V. Now I see what brought you down to the river. Right. And that's why Satoshi stole the dragon. If I won't give him the name, it seems he'll take it by force. Wait, what are you? My tattoo is a strong resemblance to that design. What? What? Yes. A dragon. Really? But I'd heard Utabori gave it to that man in the Tojo clan. He considered it his magnum opus. It was almost 20 years back. I don't believe he's done any dragon since. Even I've heard that story. So you're really him? I'm Kazuma Kiryu. And yes, I was once in the Tojo clan. Incredible. Master Utabori taught me about both the value and the weight of tattoo kitties. Which is why I won't stand by while Satoshi undermines all of it. I'm going to get your design back, and in return, Akina, will you tell us why you refuse to take the Kazuhori name? Akina, I think that's a fair bargain. Satoshi has set up shop in a building in Shofukucho. Got it. Alright, Chad, off we get. It's to the left, all the way to the end and round the corner. Let's see. The stairs. Here we are. Nice one, bruh.
Oh.
Yeah, this is all I need to really become Kazuhori the Fifth. Guy this dragon on his back is the talk of the whole town right now. When the rest of Osaka wants in on the ink that made a legend, they'll come knocking.
Oi.
You're Satoshi. Yeah? Who the hell are you? I'm here to take back the design you stole from your master. I'll be taking that dragon. Oh, so I can send in heavies after us now.
Yeah.
No, I'm here because you don't deserve that design. Who the fuck do you think you are talking to me like that? You know how many Yakuza we've dealt with over the years? Chumps like you always think you're tougher than you are. Then we're done talking. But I guess you just haven't learned to fear yet. I'll teach you. That's our line, arsehole. You're gonna regret coming here. Have a seat. Fight. Yeah. Shit. Who are you? Kiryu-san. I've got your design back. You old bastard. Can't you see she's got you wrapped around her finger? Satoshi, you're blind. You don't understand the true artistry of tattoos. What are you babbling about? Your fingers know their way around the ink, but your soul can't see the colors. That's the difference between you and Akina. Come on, this pretentious bullshit. Tattoos are a permanent part of a person's life, Satoshi. It changes them. Someone like you who's just putting ink on 2-bit street punks for money just goes to prove what little you contribute to the art. A tattoo nurtures the man who bears it, and in turn, the design finds its home on their skin. Oh yeah? And tell me, master, who's got that golden dragon on his back now? He's some great hero? Say his name. Who does have that dragon? His name is Ryuji Goda.
Nani?
What? Ha! Yeah, that Ryuji Goda. Gave your ultimate tattoo to some crazy fuck, and now you want to lecture me about art? It's not true. The master didn't give him that tattoo. Akira. What? I was the one who inked the golden dragon.
10年前、郷田隆二を初めて見たとき、わしは衝撃を覚えた。この男は、わしの生涯最高の下地になる男やと。そして、代々伝わるあの竜を掘ることを決めたんや。せやけど、筋彫りしようとしたとき、わしの手は動かんようになってしもうた。
そうなんです。だから私が
その続きを師匠に代わって彫ったんです。
That tattoo was yours? That's how I learned the true way to being a tattoo artist. And I've never been more scared. Ryuji Goda climbed the ranks of the Omi Alliance. And now he's clawing his way around the throne itself. I never dreamed a man bearing my ink could become what he has. Akina, that's why you deserve the name. A master tattooist's calling is to make bigger men of their clients. So that's why you rejected the Kazuhori name. Yes. I'm afraid of giving men like him more power. Akina.
これはこれがあのダブリさんの竜。
俺はこの竜を背負ってから多くのものを得て多くのものを失った。だが俺は竜を彫ったことも今の自分があるのも全て運命だったと思ってる。あんたたちがゴーダ龍二に彫ったことは間違いじゃない。
桐生さん。
力を持った人間はよく道を間違える。だから人間なんだ。だがその道を正すのはあんたたちの仕事じゃない。
Don't take on a burden that's not yours anyway in the first place.
彫った男の顛末を見届けることしかできない。アキナさん、もしあんたに彫り師としての責任があるなら風彫りを継承して龍二の行く末を見届けるべきなんじゃないのか。
桐生さん。
それじゃあな。
桐生さん、私もう逃げません。
Good girl.
5代目風彫りを継ぎます。ありがとうございました。
Don't run from your destiny. It's almost 10 o'clock, so Hammer's waiting for me at a wild bridge. Alright, chat. I'm saving, and sorry to all the raiders that came in late here. Sorry to cut it short, but my throat is getting a bit tired, so is my voice. And I've been at this for nearly 6 hours, so I do need to give it a rest. I hope you'll understand. So, thanks for the stream. Well, thank you. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for all the raids. Thank you, everyone. There's music going again. There we go. And let me go ahead and pass the love on to someone else who is streaming right now that I could raid into. Let's see. Oh, for a second, Skull was still streaming, but I think he signed off for the night. Who should I send you to? Chat, what are you in the mood for? You in for mood for just chatting? You want some art, or do you want to see me side? What do we think? Actually, no, you know what? Got a couple of people here in mind. Let's see what they're see what they're doing here. Oh. Does not look like just chatting to me. It's like they're playing some sort of visual novel. Since it's been a long time since we've raided them, let's go raid Rika Yamano. There we go. And I'll get some copy pasta for everyone here. There you have it. Alright everyone, thank you so much for coming out. I will see everyone tomorrow for the big collab with Honey Bunny Lamb. And I believe Skullomance and Digigoop will also be joining us as well. Playing some Phasmophobia. So look forward to that. But thank you all so much. Happy New Year. Let's make 2025 a great one. I'm Lord Rexworth, wishing you all the best, and God bless.